Okay. Shall we start, everybody? So if you could take your seats, please. Okay. My name is Lee Hibbard. I'm from the Council of Europe, and I'd like to welcome you to this EuroDIG, European Dialogue on Internet Governance planning meeting, for a EuroDIG event in June in Lisbon, and we're here to discuss the content of that program, what are European views on internet governance. Before I go to the details of today's event, I'd like to pass to my co-moderator, Pedro Veiga, to say a few words. Pedro.
Hello, good morning, everybody. Welcome to Portugal, welcome to Lisbon, and welcome to this meeting. I am Pedro Veiga from the University of Lisbon and the president of the Internet Society Portugal chapter. The directorate of the Internet Society Portugal chapter, it's me and those two nice ladies over there, Marta and Salome. And the organization of EuroDIG 2013 that will take place here in this hotel in the month of June is a co-organization of ISOC Portugal, FCT and GMCS. So I pass now to Lee.
Okay. We have a lot to get through, so it's quite a busy schedule. So we're going to sort of open and frame the discussion as follows. I'll just say a few words about exactly what this European Internet Governance Forum is about. I'd like to welcome those connected remotely. We have Elizabeth who's going to take remote feed, so please signal if you have people coming in remotely to speak. The EuroDIG is an event, of course, but it's also a process. And my colleague Ludwig will tell you more about that in a while. It prepares non-binding messages, so there'll be messages from Lisbon into other discussions, policy-making discussions on the internet. It rallies national initiatives on internet governance. There are approximately 15, if not 17, national internet governance spaces. We're contacted more and more by new ideas for new internet governance national initiatives. So the idea of this discussion at the local, national level is growing. It prepares European views and inputs, in particular into the Internet Governance Forum, which is the UN-led global event, which this year will take place in October in Bali, in Indonesia. The EuroDIG's main objective is to be inclusive, which is why we're having this meeting. This is why it's great that you're all here. It's to be open, which is why we're openly discussing proposals that have been received and your views today, collecting ideas, and to be transparent in how we go about deciding and reaching agreement on what are the main topics for discussion, what are the hot topics that we need to get to discuss in June. So it's as much about a process as about an event. That's what multi-stakeholder dialogue means, at least for me, and I hope for you too. We've received lots of proposals. We're going to discuss them in a short while. So we're here to collect your ideas. This year we've changed the process slightly, which means that we've, rather than receive workshop proposals, we're going to simply talk about really what's hot topics, which are really need to be discussed in detail. We want to give more time to people to talk about the issues from now onwards until June. So we really want to improve the quality of the discussion and get the right people around the table to demonstrate tension, to understand the fors and against, the pros and the cons. So that's really the change from 2012 in Sweden, and I thank Sweden again for hosting it. It was great, and we have Anders here from PTS, so thank you for that, and of course to our Portuguese colleagues now for this year. And so that's the point. So I'd like to do if possible, a very quick tour de table, just in a few seconds to say your name and who you represent, so that we can simply see who's in the room and who's come to discuss. So if I take the gentleman at the very end there, just a few words. We do a quick tour de table about who you are and your affiliation. Thank you.
Jorge Fernandes, creio que está a funcionar.
Creio que está a funcionar.
É falso.
Jorge Fernandes from FCT.
Thank you.
Got it. Yeah.
No.
Yeah, it's on.
Yeah, good, good.
Do you want to do it again, George?
Okay. George Fernandes from Science and Technology Foundation from Portugal.
John Carr from the European NGO Alliance for Child Safety Online, which is based in Rome, although, as my accent may reveal, I am a Brit.
Barbara Liliu from ENAXO, the European NGO Alliance for Child Safety Online, but I'm Italian.
Hi, I'm Luis Nestor Ribeiro from RTP Portugal Public Broadcaster.
Good morning. Teresa Maia Carmo from Education School from Instituto Politécnico de Santarém.
Hello, Laura Hutchison from Nominet, the registry for .uk, and we also provide the UK IGF Secretariat.
Hi, Chris Buckridge from the RIPE NCC, Regional Internet Registry for Europe.
Hi, I'm Paul Fehlinger from the Internet and Jurisdiction Project, which is a global multi-stakeholder dialogue process.
Hi, I'm Henning Lesch from ECO, Association of the German Internet Industry.
I'm Michael Rotet, also from ECO, the German ISP Association.
Hi, my name is Oliver Süme. I'm representing the European ISP Association, EuroISPA.
Hi, my name is Tatiana Tropina, and I'm from Germany, Max Planck Institute for Foreign and International Criminal Law.
Wolf Ludwig, EuroDIG Secretariat.
Sandra Hoferichter, also EuroDIG Secretariat, and I'd just like to make a small announcement. If you haven't got your badge yet and you didn't find your name in the list, please come to me and I will assign you a badge.
Okay, you know who I am, so let's pass to Luís.
Luís Magalhães. I'm from Instituto Superior Técnico from Technical University of Lisbon, and also the ISOC Portugal chapter.
It's on.
Okay.
No, it is. Good morning. My name is Paulo Flor. I'm Portuguese Commissioner of the Portuguese Police. I'm the Portuguese spokesperson, and I'm delighted to be here and participate in this EuroDIG conference. Thank you.
Good morning. I'm Silvia Viceconte from the European Commission. I work in the Director General Connect, so working mainly on internet governance.
Bon dia. I'm from the Swedish telecom regulator, PTS. My name is Anders Johansson, and I was heavily involved in EuroDIG last year, in the arrangements.
My name is Neboj Šaregoj. I'm from Foreign Affairs Ministry of Bosnia and Herzegovina.
Good morning. I'm from the Portuguese Media Confederation. My name is Paulo Faustino.
João Palmeiro from the Portuguese Association of Editors and Publishers and for the European Publishers Confederation.
Good morning, my name is Francisco Ruiz from Google Portugal and Spain.
Gonçalo Lagos, good morning. I'm Google consultant here in Lisbon.
Good morning, everybody. I'm George. I come from the Portuguese Institute for Sport and Youth.
Hello, my name is Álvaro Esteves. I am from ISCTE University in Lisbon.
Good morning, my name is Manuel Pereira and I'm also from ISCTE University.
Good morning, Charlotte Simões from the Science and Technology Foundation, the Portuguese host.
Good morning, I'm Elizabeth Pires. I'm from Science and Technology Foundation and I will be the remote moderator of this session. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Pedro Matos from FCT also.
Good morning, I'm Salomé from EuroDIG Portuguese chapter and the host.
Hello all, I'm Marta Diaz and I'm from EuroDIG Portugal chapter, the host. Thank you.
Good morning, I'm Margarida Sacco from the Portuguese Institute of Sport and Youth and coordinator of Helpline Safer Internet.
Good morning, my name is Orlando and I'm from Portuguese National Institute for Rehabilitation.
Good morning, I'm Daniel Ferreira from FCT.
Good morning. My name is Emilia Soares. I'm from the North-South Center of the Council of Europe. We are a partial agreement and based in Lisbon. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Joana Santos and I am from ANACOM, the Portuguese regulator.
Good morning. My name is Patrícia Fialho and I'm from FCT.
Good morning. My name is Elizabeth Fay and I'm also from FCT.
Good morning. I'm Vasco Vaz. I'm from FCT also.
Cláudia Cardoso from FCT also.
Hello, my name is Carla Cardoso. I'm from the course of Communication and Journalism from Universidade Lusófona University, Lusófona.
Good morning. I'm Ana Candeias from FCT also.
Good morning. I'm Nuno Moreira from FCT and also from the Safer Internet Center of Portugal.
Okay, we have one more. One more lady over there. Could the lady over there? Do you have that? Or two. Over there, please. Huh?
Good morning, I'm Ana Carmo from FTT.
Okay. And
Pedro.
Hello, I'm Pedro Ruigo from GMCS, Department for the Media.
Okay. I think that's it. Thank you very much. That's a great lineup. I think there's a really nice spread of expertise in the room and affiliations. So thank you for that opening. If we look at the agenda, just to walk you through the agenda for today, we're going to have an opening now from Wolf and from Luis to talk about just generally the context and what it means for Portugal, internet governance very quickly. From 11:20 or so, we're going to start looking at the list of proposals received for hot topics, which there's a document which you may have. It's also on the EuroDIG website. And that will take us to lunch, which will be here in the room. So don't go away, please. And then we'll start at 2:30 and we'll go back, a little change to the program, we'll go back to the proposals. And we really must try to spend time on really identifying what's hot, what is really an issue, and what really needs to be discussed in Lisbon in June. Around 4 o'clock, I think we'll go towards the format, the program, the preparation, issues regarding who should we be including in the discussion, who is missing, for example, national IGFs and these sorts of issues. And then towards 5 o'clock, we'll wrap up looking forward to Paris, because we're going to meet some of us will meet in Paris on another occasion for the planning meeting for the Internet Governance Forum. So if you're there, we can talk again, and we'll look more closely at the program. We hope to have a first program, an outline program of issues, which will be based upon the discussion today and things that you've mentioned today. And then we'll finish at 5:15. That's okay. We've got one or two who've just joined, so if you want to introduce yourselves, Giacomo, we're about to start. We've had a tour de table. Do you want to say who you are very quickly so we can know who you are? I know who you are. Yeah, thank you very much. Okay. Pedro.
Just a comment. Many of you are close to a microphone, the table microphone, so you can use it. For the other ones, we have the mobile one.
Okay. So I'd like to pass to Wolf Ludwig to give a general overview about EuroDIG. What is EuroDIG? Where did it start? Where has it got to? To give some context. Please, Wolf. Thank you. Oh, you keep it on. Sorry. I think I pressed the wrong button.
No, there is no press on button. Here, please. I don't see it. Hello.
Yeah.
Hi.
Speak.
Hello.
It works.
It works. Okay.
Yeah, okay.
Thanks a lot, Ali. Good question to ask me. What's EuroDIG? I'm still continuing reflecting about it. But I can tell you where it comes from, more or less. EuroDIG was a great idea invented at a dinner table in Paris in June 2008. Around the table was Lee, Wolfgang Kleinwächter, a professor of communication from Germany, and Aarhus. He was, so to say, the spiritus rector of the round, and there were some more civil society and governmental people, Council of Europe involved. And the first design was on the table nap, and 3 months later, at end of October 2008, we had the pilot of EuroDIG happening in Strasbourg, organized by a handful of people over the summer holidays. So it was so exciting that we decided this should happen again. At the first round, we had around 100 participants from almost all parts of Europe. Eastern countries a little bit lacking, southeastern as well. And we tried a second attempt, and thanks to our host country, European Broadcasting Union in Geneva, we had a second successful edition, much bigger than the first one. And this was about the moment when the good idea became not only an event, but a process. The challenge was not so much to add just another annual conference on the agenda of the internet governance community in Europe. The idea was also related to the global IGF, that there are special European interests, concerns and sensitivities. Let's talk about privacy. There is a completely different approach to privacy, feelings, consideration, concerns than you have in other parts of the world. And we thought we should have these concerns better discussed, organized, expressed by something like the European version of the global IGF. And what started very smoothly became, after the second event in Geneva, the third one was in Madrid. Afterwards we were in Belgrade in 2011, and the last of the EuroDIG highlights was in Stockholm, organized with the support of the PTS, what was a great event with more than 500 participants. And I think due to my perception, finally EuroDIG became recognized by all stakeholder groups involved, including institutions like the European Commission, as the European IGF. This was, so to say, after the fifth trial, sort of breakthrough, and with increasing success, the challenges are also somehow, the expectations are increasing, and therefore we have to now try our best to organize an exciting event in Lisbon. As some of the core team members have said already over the last months, it will be difficult to top the last EuroDIG in Stockholm, but we are sure we can make it exciting again, and why not making it different from Stockholm. And this is one of the reasons we are here now to discuss the first basic outlines. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Wolf. Let me pass to Luis now. Luis, I'd like to ask you, if in a few words, in 5 minutes or so, what does internet governance mean for Portugal? Why are you hosting it? Why are you all contributing to this hosting of this event? What will it bring to Portugal? We hope, like in previous years, there'll be lots of local experts from Portugal coming to the event. Normally, it's been about half-half, the participation. So last year in Sweden, more or less, half were locals and half were international participants. I hope very much we can have the same, but I'd like to know more from you, Luis. Please, thank you.
Well, thank you. Thank you very much. Well, first of all, let me tell you that the interest and the involvement of Portugal on multi-stakeholder processes regarding this area, so information society, internet governance, started very early, actually unusually early. So this is a process that here began in 1997 with the preparation of what was called then the Green Book on the Information Society in Portugal. And for you to have a perspective of how we look at these issues, even back then, because somehow they had to be pursued for quite a long time, but it was a very comprehensive way of looking at it. If we just look at a few index items in the book, it very much gives the perspective of how this issue has been considered in this country. So one of the chapters is on the democracy and information society. It deals with questions of access to internet, the fight against inequality, and social responsibility to disabled and socially excluded people. Then there is a chapter on open government, a chapter on knowledge, so the access to knowledge, the internet and ICT related to business and enterprises, connected schools, employment in information society, the market and the information society, and there the ideas of convergence of information, telecommunications, and audiovisual technologies was dealt with even at that time. The content industry, the audiovisual and entertainment industries. Then there were also questions of social welfare and quality of life, computer literacy, privacy and protection of individual rights, support of the social disadvantaged, legal implications and their protection of privacy and data for individuals, enterprises and institutions, intellectual property rights and copyright protection, the national information infrastructure, the question of efficient and accessible infrastructure, and the question of accessibility to information society, and research and development in information society. So this was back in 1997, and as you see, it had a lot of foresight, and it was prepared actually by a very wide multi-stakeholder involvement when that was not common in this area in many other countries. So there is a long tradition of considering this process from this point of view here. This was even an outline for programmatic action. So there were a few programs of implementation of information society. At the beginning, one that took from the year 2000 up to at the beginning, actually, pilot projects of digital cities since 1998 to the year 2000, then a program on information society which involved a component called Digital Portugal in the years 2000-2005, then another program Connecting Portugal 2005-2010, and all of them based on this outline, because it was done with a lot of consideration for the future and based on the involvement of many people. Now, the other point is that, of course, given this background, it is to be expected that our involvement in internet government issues in international setting has been quite active in basically all fora that have dealt with it. So we have had a very strong participation at IGF itself since the beginning. And since Portugal had the presidency of the European Union Council in 2007, we are actually operational to upgrade the involvement of European Union member states in this process in terms of procedural involvement and contributions, especially for the Rio de Janeiro meeting, so the second IGF was in 2007. Actually, a very active involvement at ICANN. As a matter of fact, Portugal was a member of the Governmental Advisory Committee since the second meeting of ICANN, so the first year of its operation, and Pedro Veiga was the Portuguese delegate up to 2008. I was the Portuguese delegate since 2008 up to 2012. Then also strong involvement in these aspects at OECD. So the committee that takes care of these issues at OECD is ICCP, so Information, Computer and Communications. And you may recall that in 2011 there was a very special 11 meeting on Internet economy, which basically dealt with Internet governance issues from OECD perspective. And we participated in the steering meeting of this committee. And another line is the participation at CSTD, the Commission on Science and Technology for Development to United Nations, which after the IGFs were started, so after the IGF process was started, began having a part of its proceedings dedicated to Internet governance. Has been a particularly complex stage to deal with these processes from an intergovernmental and point of view, and its openness to multi-stakeholder contributions, which was not that common in United Nations organizations. So, and there we have participated quite actively since 2009 to 2000, up to now, of course. And, what I want to mention now is, of course, EuroDIG. So we have been participating in EuroDIG since the very beginning, and actually getting involved in the organization, actually through somebody, mostly through somebody who was not here present, so Anna Neves. Actually, she has to be today in Brussels for the level group of the digital agenda for Europe. But her team is these people who presented themselves as Science Technology Foundation. So they are very well represented here. So we have organized national IGFs, as you may suppose. And maybe, maybe talking a little bit about the main themes that have been addressed. So the Internet openness, universality, and neutrality have been a major topic in our IGFs. Cybersecurity, privacy, and digital media literacy, another important topic. Intellectual property rights and copyright was also considered and debated very strongly. New business models related to Internet were also addressed. Social networks, the aspects of multi-stakeholder involvement and how that can be improved and made operational. And then questions related to other organizations, like the IGF itself, the ICANN, and in particular the GTLD, the generic top-level domain names process that's still going on, but during its process. The controversial proposals and discussions of the several legislation initiatives in other countries like ACTA, SOPA, PIPA. I'm not going to say anything more about these, but people who know what I'm saying. People who don't know, it doesn't matter. And then the WICET, so the meeting that existed, the United Nations World Conference on Internet Communications that happened in December of past year, and the WTPF issues, so the ITU World Telecom Policy Forum, have also been quite discussed. And of course, enhanced cooperation on Internet and all the complicated issues to be solved on this ongoing process is also a very common topic in our agenda. So I stop here. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Luis. That's a very comprehensive summary. I would add, objectively speaking, that I see, Portuguese representatives in most of the meetings I attend internationally. You've mentioned many of them, Luis. Portugal is very present and very vocal in those discussions, and I say that objectively. It's really a pleasure to work with you and with Anna as well. And you're definitely on the internet governance scene. We have about just under an hour now to start looking into the item on evaluation of proposals, which will continue after lunch. I'm going to pass to Wolf just to give a very short summary, there's a very good document which you should have, which compiles and summarizes the proposals for hot topics themes. There are 54 proposals in here. We've received some others since then. I'd like to give the floor to Wolf, but just to say that if you can get ready, because after Wolf, we're going to have a very quick and dirty round of discussions on the proposals. Meaning, I'd like to try to spend a little bit of time blocking. Let's go take the first 5 proposals, spend 5 minutes, and asking for comments from the floor about the sort of issues you want to discuss, whether you have any comments on them. We don't have the time to go through in detail every proposal, but we should have a quick and dirty round of comments regarding the 54, and then we'll continue after lunch. Wolf.
Thanks, Lee. As I mentioned before, EuroDIG is not only an event, a conference, but it's also a process. And like in previous years, we want to have the broader stakeholder community participating in the agenda setting for each event. So we had call for proposals already in previous years, and we launched as a call for Lisbon proposals at the last Global IGF beginning of November in Baku, Azerbaijan. And until the end of the year, we received around 55 proposals. Compared to the year before, this year we were not expressively asking for session proposals, but for ideas, topics on the European agenda. And we were pleased again getting so much feedback from all parts of the broader community. At the beginning of the year, it was my personal Christmas present or entrance to the new year to roughly review the proposals and to compile them, etc. And that's what we did on the list. I think there have been copies on the table here. And as you may have realized, when you get dozens of proposals, last year we even got more, over 80, then you somehow have to look on similarities. You start clustering the proposals, and that's what we tried this year again, because it helps now to enter into the discussion. So the red colors are the privacy and related topics. So every proposal in red is related to this, and then you have the yellow color, the green one, the blue one, what stands for the legal aspects, and the last, the gray one, again, is media and content. So it gives just an overview. I'm confident that most of you who are present here are also participating remotely may have seen the compilation of proposal, and I think now the exciting next step is to find out what are the eye-catching, more or less, issues, what could be the greater topics on the next EuroDIG agenda for Lisbon this year. And I'm looking forward to having now your ideas and your expectations, etc., on the first step of the agenda and program setting.
Okay, thank you, Wolf. Let's go to it then. Let's get into the details. Let's get hands dirty. I'd like to take, as I said, unless you disagree, I'd like to take them by blocks. We have about 45 minutes. I'd like to take them by a block of 5, so proposals 1 to 5 in the document, and spend a few minutes on them and invite comments, and some quick comments, so we take a feeling in the room. So let's go to proposals 1 to 5 on entrepreneurship for social change, Europe and global internet governance, interoperability and vendor dependence, e-society tools improving city life, in the internet economy and its fragmentation. I know that's a lot to take in, but I think it's very important to have some feeling in the room. I will start, and please comment. But in particular, the one proposal 2, I think the discussion about the ITU and the wicket is extremely hot topic. It's continuing into 2013. A lot of people I know in general circles are talking about the future of that, and I think it would be an unmissable opportunity to go into what is European about that discussion, about the wicket and its follow-up. I can say that there are several Council of Europe member states, there are 47 member states in the Council of Europe, several of which actually signed the documents. So I wonder why they signed those documents. We have to discuss those things. I'd like to open the floor to that and to other things regarding proposals 1 to 5. Any comments? Chris Buckridge, right, as I say.
Thanks, Lee. I agree with you. The second proposal there regarding European global internet governance is a very important one. I think, and it's been, I see in your initial thematic clusters, it's been paired with a proposal that I submitted from RAP NCC regarding an evolving critical internet resources ecosystem, so that's including IP address management issues. I think it would be useful in terms of that not to focus exclusively on the ITU. I think the ITU issues are very important, but they're part of a larger discussion that needs to take in some broader thematic issues, and these are being discussed in the ITU, but also in forums like the OECD and the global IGF. I think also, and this is a sort of broader point, just covering everything, I think to have a good discussion in this area, we need to ensure that we have sufficient representation from the technical community at EuroDIG, because I think there's a danger if you don't attract those technical community representatives, that you're having a discussion which doesn't reflect the reality of the situation. So I think that needs to be a real priority for EuroDIG going into this event. Thank you.
I agree. I think we've tended to stay on big, broad topics in the past in EuroDIG, sometimes technical. Perhaps we need to be more technical in some respects, and we have spaces for that. I would ask you to think about the sort of organisations and people and experts that we need to bring in, because it's really about getting the different tensions. Not everybody singing the same song on a panel, although that's quite boring actually. So that's an important point. Any other comments on proposals 1 to 5? Pedro.
I'm here not as a co-chair, but representing ISOC Portugal. I have been interacting with the director of ISOC Europe, Frederic Donk. We have been discussing the different proposals, and we feel that this is a very critical topic. The Internet Society plays at the international level a very important role in standardization with the ITF, but also in other areas, so we are much in favor that this is a very relevant topic, and ISOC is ready to provide specialists to participate in this workshop. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Any other comments on 1 to 5? If not, I'd like to skip to the next 5 proposals. Oh, you want to?
No, wait.
Oh, sorry, you said so.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry, I didn't.
I just wanted to wait whether there are some more important interventions than just mine. I think because we have the first from the red color here, I think data retention is still a very important issue on the European agenda. We had last year in Lisbon. You can't hear me? I don't know what's wrong with this. It's on. But
The switch off.
Okay. So last year we had representatives from the Commission, and the Commission was on the way to rework the data retention, etc. Directive. And now recently I've seen that there was an MEP from Germany who submitted a new report on it. also pinpointing to the difference what Europe shouldn't be prepared to do, to offer, to give up related to civil rights, and where they do not want to follow any international standardization regarding privacy and data protection. And I think this is a still ongoing, interesting discussion what we should consider on the next agenda. Thanks.
Can I comment?
Yes, please.
Oh, can you hear me? Well, I agree with Wolf that data retention is a very hot topic and it shall be in the agenda, but I believe that it's a very narrow topic. So either, I mean, when you will shape the agenda itself, it's better to be put in workshop, but not, or as a part of broader scope of any plenary, because it's really narrow.
Okay. Yes.
I have a comment for a remote participant. Vladimir Radun tells that he agrees with one of the hot topics regarding the proposal number 2. But he says also that one of the topics not clustered should be on European Internet governance models, with regardings to the WICT, ICANN, EuroDIG agenda. And I almost agree with Vladimir.
And Olmos is, she's part of the Spanish National Internet Governance Forum.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments? Otherwise, I will move to the next 5, which is proposals 6 to 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. I think Wolf has already gone into the idea of data privacy and security. Well, definitely privacy issues. I can see that being proposed by Anders Johansson from PTS. We have another on data breach from Brazil. We have a session proposed by .ru Leonid from the Russian Federation regarding best practices in multi-stakeholderism. We have another proposal on mobile internet and new behavioral patterns regarding children, which I think is extremely interesting and important. And 10 from Tallinn University on conflict management, automated artificial intelligence, self-regulation, these issues. I'd like to open the floor to those proposals, 6 to 10. Any comments on them? Yes, Sylvia.
Can you hear me without a mic? Sorry. Okay, is this on? Yeah. Just very quickly, there's a proposal on child protection. I mean, not necessarily this one, but I think we definitely should pick up some topics on child protection, not just because they're important, but also because in the IGF in Indonesia, it is likely to be one of the pillars that the Indonesian government would like to build on child protection, local content in the sense of the internet reflecting local traditions for children. So not sure whether it should be this one, but let's think of having at least one part because it'll be a good building block for the general IGF.
Yeah, thank you, Sylvia. That's a good point, and there are, as you know from the list, the consolidated list, there are several references to children's protection and their empowerment. So I'm sure this is something which will come up. And we need to discuss. I would say that we've discussed just that. We discussed privacy very briefly, but in the afternoon session, we need to get into the details. What is it about privacy? What is it about children's protection? What's the specific issue? What's difficult? We often scrape the surface, and I think the difference this year is to really try to hit the tension between what is working, what's not working, and why. So I'd like to go to proposal 6 to 10. Any comments on 6 to 10?
I have a comment to the proposal number 6, or in a broader sense, a comment on privacy issues. I think one important issue that has to be discussed is the draft data protection regulation of the Commission. I think it's one of the most conflicting and most interesting political discussions that we have on the EU level currently. And I think it's very important to discuss this at an internet governance event, because all the key players and all the key stakeholders are discussing data protection. It's a discussion of the industry on the one hand, it's a discussion of civil society and NGOs on the other hand, it's a discussion of data protection authorities. So you have all the players and all the stakeholders in that discussion. From an industry view, of course, it's very, very interesting and very conflicting as well. Those of you who follow the discussions and read the press articles about it will know or will realize that, well, there's a potential for very controversial things in many different aspects. And when I went through the proposals, the red mark proposals that are linked to privacy issues, you will find that almost everything that is addressed in these proposals is also addressed in the draft of the Commission. The freedom of expression, privacy in general, the right to be forgotten, things like data security, and all these aspects are addressed by that draft. And well, it's going to change a lot for a lot of European member states, because it's the first time that we have a regulation in terms of data protection and not only a directive. So yes, I think it would be worth to address this issue in the workshop or in some general meetings or whatever. Thank you.
It's very interesting what's happening in Europe about cyber security, and for instance, we all know that the European Commission now soon will present a proposal on cyber security for the EU, but also at national level. In most countries, we have more and more political attention on cybersecurity. And what is security? Security for who? For the citizen, or for the state, or for who? So this is a political hot topic in our country and in many countries. And as you said, Oliver, it's very of course, a hot topic also for the industry and for citizens, for everybody.
Yeah. Thank you very much. Any other comments on this? Paul, please, briefly.
It's on now? Yeah. Let me take the opportunity when the proposal, the Russian proposal, introduces the question of jurisdiction and the element of unintended consequences and the need for a balanced approach, but also the conception of frameworks, of legal frameworks, and a multi-stakeholder model. And this is an opportunity to introduce a proposal that Bertrand de la Chapelle and I submitted, unfortunately too late, which is not in the compendium, and that I would like to briefly introduce. So what we suggested for this EuroDIG session this year is under what jurisdictions, and an S in brackets, are European internet users. And I think this is a very crucial question, and has also a very special European perspective, because we're struggling in terms of privacy protections, hate speech protections, defamation, to deal with the overlaps of different jurisdictions. We have platforms, there are terms of service that represent sort of the law of digital territories that are often influenced by the First Amendment, US-style provisions. We are struggling how to manage sovereignty overlaps in general, how to deal with transborder impacts of sovereignty, and in general there's a lack of appropriate due process frameworks to manage state platform user interactions, and this topic is becoming hotter and hotter, and I think it's time to address this in a holistic perspective at the EuroDIG.
Thank you. I think mobile internet is something that we've not really addressed squarely in previous meetings, and mobile internet usage is growing rapidly, much more than fixed access to the internet. So, I mean, I'm quite tempted by the proposal 9 to see where we go with that, particularly regarding the settings and and you know, just how particularly how children use mobile when they're not with their parents or teachers. John, do you want to come in very briefly?
I mean, just to support very strongly what the Commission representative said earlier, and the point actually made by the guy talking on jurisdiction, because all of these things wrap up very neatly together. We have a proposal later on about privacy in the context of e-commerce, and that builds very much upon the jurisdictional point. The Federal Trade Commission in the United States spent 2 years discussing the question of data privacy and children, and came to the conclusion, which they announced only on the 19th of December, that nothing needed to change. And Commissioner Reding has got the data privacy directive in process at the moment, which essentially proposes to replicate a system that the Americans have used since 1998 and doesn't work. So I think the whole thing ties in very neatly and ought to be given a great deal of prominence, because it cuts across a number of different issues, not just child protection, but the question of jurisdiction and the question of how we handle data protection in general.
Okay. Any more on 6 to 10? Otherwise, I'm going to move to 11, 12, 13, 14, and 15 proposals. We have a remote comment. Elizabeth.
Yes, I have a comment from Oksana that asks how national parliaments, especially in post-Soviet countries, followed the recommendations of the European Union and OECD regarding this subject.
Thank you. Let me. So while you're looking at 11, 12,
regarding the proposal 8.
8.
Yes.
Okay. Okay. Thank you. But we've moved now to 11, 12, 13, 14, and 15. Participation of the government representatives in the EuroDIG, which is a very important point from our colleague from Bosnia and Herzegovina. Youth perspectives on privacy, you've just mentioned that. Child protection, you've referred to that. Again, privacy and data protection, right to be forgotten, you've mentioned that. And accessibility and inclusion, which has been mentioned, which is mentioned later on, particularly regarding people with disabilities, etc. Any comments on these next 5 proposals? No comments. Wolf?
Just one additional comment, because Paul already referred to proposal what was submitted after the deadline, but as we discussed, it was a new aspect, what was not presented in this context before, and therefore we said, okay, just give them a chance to be considered in the discussion. We had another announcement from IFLA, and they didn't submit something, but they more or less reminded us. International Federation for Library Associations, and I think the access to public sector information we had on the Stockholm agenda already, but this is all is still a very challenging issue. Last year we discussed about intellectual property rights and to what extent in certain countries and certain circumstances traditional IP regimes may prevent open access, etc. And in many countries there are controversial discussion when private interested groups try to introduce any kind of paywall systems to access information, and there is a strong lobby from the other side to say information what was financed by the taxpayer and what is public should be accessible in a free and in a free manner, etc., without barriers. And this is still, in my opinion, an ongoing subject on the European agenda, what more or less reflects the concerns by IFLA and others, and we should also consider for the next programming.
As proposal 11 is mine, I would just briefly comment on it. As it is, maybe for some of you noticed that the number of participants on last EuroDIG in Stockholm was almost 2/3, I think, from government representatives. The number of participants does not reflect actually their contribution and participation to either EuroDIG or IGF. My proposal was probably somewhere in between theme or proposal or organization of the sessions proposal, how to get government representatives other than telecom regulators who are strongly involved in this, how to get us involved more in discussions, more in drawing out conclusions or messages, and how to, in a way, get from government ideas what they can do, and on the other side to send message to the government representatives what is expected from them. I mentioned it as a part of each session might be what is expected and what versus what to expect from government or regulators or whatever we would call them. Is it European Commission? Is it multinational? I mean, Commission, Council of Europe, or national legislators or executive branches. So maybe it's not moment to think about that, but through the further process when it comes to the realization of all these things, to have that on mind.
I think it's a really important point in the sense that what's expected from governments as things change, as the roles and responsibilities of governments change, particularly regarding the internet and that things are passing to the individual's hands, and how governments fit into discussions with lots of other stakeholders. It's not so clear sometimes, and sometimes perhaps government representatives shy away from big discussions. It'd be really important to have the hot topics discussed with government representatives on the panel, and not just single stakeholder groups. So I think that's really important to try to build. I would really appreciate your help in that context. So thank you very much. We have a remote. Before we go to remote, Elizabeth, we have an important announcement. Sandra?
With regard to our remote participants, I'd like to ask you, because we have a bandwidth issue, to shut down the internet if you do not really need it, because the bandwidth is not enough for streaming audio and video to the remote participants, and they are not able to follow anymore. So if you don't have to immediately use the internet, please log out.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. Elizabeth, we have a remote.
Yes, I have a comment from Vladimir Radunovic from Belgrade. He supports the proposal 11. He tells that it's an excellent topic, but should be linked with the proposal number 2 on linking to IGF outcomes with decision-making process for mutual benefit. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. I'm trying to log off. And Sandra's request as I speak, so excuse me. Okay. Yes, sorry, excuse me, Sylvia.
No worries. I just want to go to proposal 14, which is on it's on the right to be forgotten, because as we've had I think a good comment on the concept of analyzing the data protection law, the draft law, could we maybe not envisage having a broader session with something like proposal 6, and then zooming in, because I don't think in one workshop we're going to go through all the aspects of the legal implications, but we could set the framework and then go right in and have a session maybe on the right to be forgotten. Looks maybe good.
Good point. Yeah. Good point. I think people are nodding. Any other comments on this? Yes, please.
Okay. Just to say that I support the disability people and the accessibility issue. That in Portugal is one of the most held government issues that we are follow until this moment. Mentioned for the first time in the Green Book in 1997, and it is at the moment one of the points that also the Commission are improving with a proposal of directive about web accessibility, and also broadest legislative document that is the European Accessibility Act. And this is very important for the present and future of the internet. And maybe later, if you agree, we could describe more what is the topics in this issue.
Okay, thank you for that. There are some other proposals on disability, so I think that's something to really think about. I have another comment from you. Thank you.
Yes, I'd like to underline the importance of this proposal number 14 to be discussed in a more broader way. On the way that we do believe a lot on the principles of bad practices and self-regulation. And as you know, this right to be forgotten has a big conflict with journalistic contents. We cannot forget. In press rooms, it's not possible that we are asked to forget whatever it is, about whatever we are speaking about in the world. So we do believe that we have to assure those who want to be forgotten that they only will be remembered if there is a matter of public interest or journalistic principles that will direct us to use it, but in those cases we should take the opportunity on this meeting to underline these principles. And this is on our way very well linked with another thing that has nothing to do with this, which is, some of you could remember that directive on the position of abuse for market of stock exchanges and so on, where journalists were asked in a moment to say publicly if they owned or if they didn't own stocks of the companies about whom they were writing, and where we have discussed at the moment that this was a principle of ethics and a matter of good practices, and it has to be maintained like this. So I would like to underline very much the importance, and we will be prepared in Portugal to contribute for this discussion as we are doing it in Europe.
Thank you very much. And I remind you that we'll come back after lunch, and I'd really like to come up with a specific, really what is it? If we're going to start putting themes into boxes, really in a few words, how do we catch the attention of people coming to EuroDIG about these issues? I'd really like to start in the session after lunch to try to drill down into what exactly it is, like you've said, so please. If there are no other comments on that, I would like to move to the next 5, which starts from proposal 16, 17, 18, 19 and 20. There's one from a Spanish gentleman, I think, regarding sustainable social, civil society and enterprises. Digital literacy. Literacy is something which is always on the agenda, but what does literacy really mean? I ask myself the question. Openness with regard to the outcomes of the WICIT and European collaboration. Internet, social networks and journalism, a very interesting topic. We discussed that in Sweden. About computer-assisted journalism and the future of journalism in general, which was very interesting, and I urge you to look at the transcript. And Proposal 20 regarding, well, brain injury, the reality in legislation, accessibility with regard to disabled people, etc. Any comments on those next five proposals? Please.
Sorry, again on proposal 19 about journalistic internet networks and journalism, just to say that our view, and we will contribute on this way, is that we should look upon what is the journalistic act and not only which are the impacts of internet in the journalism. What is important is to define what is a journalistic act where in whatever platform it happens. Yeah. Not only in internet, but in whatever platform it happens. And the definitions we have are from the 18th, from UNESCO One World, Many Voices McBride report, are the last time where we really discussed it in the world. So we are very eager in Portugal to take upon this discussion again, because we are not only saying that we have to have some regulations in internet about journalistic content just because we want to get more money. It's because we want to keep this kind of contents as they are, as the matter of public interest. And that's what is journalism in the world nowadays.
Okay, thank you. Before I pass to Luis, I would say that this is the future of journalism. I mean, media, there's a big discussion in the Council of Europe in a ministerial conference of media and information society ministers in October in Belgrade. And it's going to be discussing exactly these issues. You know, where is journalism and media going to, you know, as we go online and we use other sources of information. I think it's really important to think about that space too. Luis.
I'm just coming in because in one of these proposals it is mentioning the issues of openness regarding ICANN and WICET. And so my contribution is related to find some way of discussing preparation and pragmatic points regarding these particular fora where these issues are being discussed. So WICET is passed, but the issues are still on, of course. But there will be a very close WTPF, and also there are the enhanced, so-called enhanced cooperation issues, which we are talking always about, but shying away of facing them at front value. And EuroDIG can be a good forum to start that discussion in a candid way and actually taking care of the issues involved. I mean, at this point, for instance, ICANN remains with special relations with the United States government and no other government, under California and United States law and no international law. And there are ways of still maintaining the operationality of ICANN and advancing on these issues, and maybe Europe can be a good contribution for that.
Thank you, Luis. It's an important point. I'm going to pass to Michael Rutter, then to, no, just to Michael Rutter, to Giacomo Mazzoni, and then to remote. Okay, thank you, Michael.
I think we have to streamline, as it was said before, when we talk about the privacy and data aspects with the visit thematic as well. Visit, I was part of the German delegation. That was about the ITRs, which are now in place in some countries because they signed it, and other countries who didn't sign them. And it would be interesting on what happens if those countries meet each other for regulating stuff when they have to follow the ITRs from '88 or the ITRs from 2012. This is one point. And it was especially said when on the visit process that the ITRs should not deal so far with the internet, which was not followed 100%. But WTPF will come next. And I'm in the preparation expert group on this one as well. And there, the internet will play a very, I guess, will come up very, very much because the Russians were talking about national national internet segments, whatever this is. I have no idea on how to define a national internet segment, and therefore I would say if you have one block dealing with visit the ITRs and their outcome, and maybe future discussions like the WTPF and what comes next within the ITU, one goal should be to include somehow as one of the stakeholders or part of one of the stakeholders the ITU, or limit them down to talking about radio frequencies or whatever, but not the internet.
Okay, very good point. If we have that discussion, we need the ITU on the panel, first of all. So we need your help to get the ITU on the panel. That's an important point. So please, that's something. Signal that to them if they're watching, please. The other thing is to get the other actors on that panel. So I need your help in identifying where are the tensions. I mean, the 4 or 5 countries who in the Council of Europe membership who have signed, including the Russian Federation, I think Turkey, we need to get them in that discussion too. So again, I ask you to help get them on the panel or get them in that discussion physically in Lisbon. Otherwise, who's going to be discussing what? So it's a good point. I'd like to pass to Giacomo, please, and then to Elizabeth.
I think that the follow-up of the WCIP is even more important than a workshop. It's something that need to be probably dedicated attention as a plenary session, because it's very important. What Michael said is crucial. What will happen when 2 countries having different ITR signature, which will apply and how this will impact on the future policies. I remember that this is not just a philosophical discussion, because there is time for ratifying the signature until the end of this year. So they are expected to be operational since the beginning of 2014, even later. So I think that there will be an evolution, and it was for me a big disappointment to have not a common European position in Dubai, and this is one typical problem that as Europe we have to face. How we can deal on topics that are at the border between the competence of the European Union and the competence of the countries, and how we can have a European position for defending European interests and European ideals when we are not able to face a situation like this. So it's a crucial point that I support strongly to make. On the other proposal about journalism, also I think that touch a very important point. But we have to see how this could be regulated, how it could be inserted in a wider context, because we have either a problem concerning the journalistic profession, because it seems to me that the proposal is more on the journalistic profession. And another question is the future viability of the industry of information in Europe. That is a different topic. So I think that this we need to discuss and focus on a different way.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Giacomo. Elizabeth, promote.
Yes. I have a comment from Oksana Prikovic. Sorry if I'm misspelling the name. That supports the intervention of Professor Luís Magalhães, and tell us that the proposal 18 is really important, and asks if it's possible to create a post-wicket monitoring tool. Thank you.
Good, that's an interesting proposal. We have a lady over at the back there who's called. I'll take notes, please.
Please stand up when you speak, okay. Because otherwise they are not able to monitor you.
Well, as many of you may know, the European coordinator for the wicket is Portuguese, and he will be here in the afternoon. So if you have, if you need more insights on what happened during the weekend and the actual analysis that is being done about the possible conflicts between the EU acquis and what was agreed in the wicket, he will be the right person to give you more insight.
Okay. I mean, I do think that, I think I've taken note, I do think that it's definitely a plenary discussion with the right actors. So, I see it as one of those big plenary sessions for the EuroDIG in June. That's my opinion. We have you first, and then you, Paul, and then you, Sylvia.
Just to make a very small precision, I was speaking about journalistic contents. I'm not able to speak about journalistic profession, which is a very different thing, one from the other.
Okay, thank you.
Mine is about contents.
Okay, thank you. Paul?
One remark or idea when we were talking about the wicked debate, which certainly deserves special attention and a special session. I think in general, as people expect internet governance events to become more operational, also for representatives of governments, a reason why to go there and to enlarge the impact. A lot of things happened throughout 2012 since the last EuroDIG, and I think there would be a benefit of having a sort of highlight session at the start of the EuroDIG, a 90-minute session where you announce the different themes, so the hot topics that we are going to identify today and in Paris for the agenda, and have kind of like a sort of review session also of the past year. What were the important things? So to bring people up to speed who maybe come from different sectors and are not as familiar with the hot topics. I think there's a general benefit, and talking about the jurisdictional aspects that are kind of cross-cutting through all the issues like freedom of expression, privacy, copyright, and so on and so forth. The Internet and Jurisdiction Project has put in place an observatory that tracks developments all around the world that are relevant, and so we could help facilitate, at least to cover the part of jurisdictional developments in addition to all the political developments and so on and so forth.
Okay, thank you. Sylvia, European Commission. Can you pass that?
Yeah, no, I just quickly wanted to come in on the wicket as well, because I know that internally in the EU institutions we're also having a look at legal implications of who signed, who hasn't signed, so we could probably provide an interesting point of view on that. I quite like your idea for the plenary. I think it's so big that it's useful to maybe take it there. On the presence of Russia and Turkey, I think great idea. Could we maybe envisage someone who's actually for the treaty and see if we can stir up some discussion there? Okay.
Thank you. And did I miss somebody or no? Remote? No, there's no remote. No, okay, sorry. Okay. I'm failing miserably at trying to get through the 54 proposals, and I apologize for that. But I think it's a good discussion which we should continue. We have, let's say, 10 or so minutes before the break. I'd like to go to, unless you have any comments, I'd like to go to proposals 21, 22, 23, 24, and 25. Security, developing online trust, virtual contracts, individual law in society, property rights, very, very hot. Right of internet users, which is work in the Council of Europe and in a dynamic coalition. Digital participation in democracy, a big topic regarding networks and how people are changing the way they communicate. Media use, digital overload, and child protection again, positive online content. Comments, please. Reactions. Michael?
221, talking about security. We had a meeting last week on the German IGF, and there came up the idea to look at security as a multi-stakeholder model, and not only as a top-down model from vendors who telling on what kind of products you need and from a pure product point of view. And then you have a couple of stakeholders And it could be a good idea to invite ENISA to see on what's their view on the security issue, and really not having just security discussions, but taking the reverse way, saying security is a multi-stakeholder model, and now let's see what the different stakeholders can contribute.
Okay, good point. But I see your point, and I'm trying to work out the catchphrase or the title of the session, for example, which would encapsulate that discussion. So I'm not saying it should be now. I'm just saying that we need to at least try to, if you can help, try to drill down into what exactly the point.
Security, a multi-stakeholder model, question mark?
Okay, thank you very much. Other comments? Yes, please.
Number 23, about the rights of internet users. I find it interesting to maybe make a mixture of using internet to improve human rights. Sorry. Proposal 23. I'm making a proposal to make a mixture of discussions how to use internet to improve human rights, which are in virtual and in real life, and how actually to obey or respect human rights on internet while using internet, how not to violate human rights by abusing or misusing freedom of internet. So in that sense, I find this proposal 23 very interesting, and maybe it could include also child protection, which is also in a way part of human rights.
Okay, thank you. I mean, that's really the work in the the work in the Council of Europe, which is ongoing, is about what human rights are really important for you to know about as a user, and how do you make them effective? Meaning, how do you exercise them? If you have a problem, or if you want to reinstate, content which was blocked, for example, how do you do that? How do you seek a remedy? How do you seek redress, legally and non-legally? What are the existing mechanisms in place which allow you to, to take action as a user? Because users seem to have more of a role on the internet. Someone wants to come in. Was it you? Who? Sorry. Oh, sorry. Excuse me. Yes.
Thank you. And now that you mentioned it, on the framework...
For the benefit
of
remote participants, if you can introduce yourself.
Yes, of course. My name is Jorge Orlando Queiroz. I come from the Portuguese Institute for Youth and Sports, or for Sports and Youth, well, from the formal point of view. Well, what I want to refer to is the fact that within the Council of Europe framework, nowadays, we are having a very interesting debate on what is related to rights, to youth rights. For instance, the Parliamentary Assembly and the Committee of Ministers and the Congress and so on, we are debating the possibility of creating a convention on youth rights. But so far, and according to what happened in St. Petersburg last year, and the Russian Federation has already been mentioned here, last year we held a ministerial conference to debate the access of young people to their rights. And so far, within the debates that are taking place, actually we are looking at this web dimension as a means that can be used to grant young children, to young people, the ways they might need to use to access their rights. So just to highlight what you've been mentioning, Mr. Chair, that from our point of view, and it's a very sectorial point of view, of course, it's the youth sector within the Council of Europe, and even in Portugal, we are looking very attentively to this dimension of the web as a means to grant citizens and young citizens to access their rights. Just to stress that we like this proposal we see on the screen. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. We're running into the lunch break almost, but one last comment for you, please.
Thank you very much. Just to share that I have a great difficulty with Proposal 25, because I can't understand it. Because it says media literacy, and we are having in Portugal in next May the second Congress on media literacy, and this could be a very important thing to be discussed there to prepare this other meeting in June. But in one line it says that it's a new concept for a new dimension for media literacy, and then it speaks about refraining from media. So what is it? It's to tell people how they should not to look to media, how they should to say, well, maybe this is not true, I should not go along, I should not read it. So this is for me a little bit confusing, this presentation. So is there a way that we could make it more clear, or ask the proposer of this idea to bring with something more substantial?
I see your point. I don't think the person is here from ClickSafe, but we could certainly ask him, or if there's somebody who knows him, can maybe ask. I don't know. Yes, sorry, Sandra.
I have contacts to this organization. It's ClickSafe in Germany, but you might double check the proposals as they were submitted, because this is the compilation only. They are on the website, and maybe this answer or this gives more clarification to your question. But I haven't checked yet. I can do so.
Lewis, please.
Yeah, Wes, it's very likely that somehow the transcription of the proposal is not the appropriate one. But anyway, I absolutely agree with the point. But I'm in favor of discussing this kind of issue of media literacy in the sense of developing critical skills of users on how to use the media. So from this point of view, I think it's a very useful discussion.
Okay. Thank you very much. I'd like to run over by 10 minutes and get to the next 5 proposals, which are linked to that discussion, because I think it will be easy to get to the next 5, which are 26, child protection. 27, cyberbullying, which is very topical. 28, by the same proposer, by the way, Joachim Kind, child protection, digital inclusion. 29, privacy, mobile applications. We've already mentioned. That's already been mentioned. And 30, which is to do with vulnerable children online. I think I don't know whether these things can be grouped together in a session or 2 sessions. I don't know. I'm open to your comments. Some brief comments on these last 5 before the break. Yes, John.
Yeah, you stopped at 30. If you'd gone down 31, 32, you'd have also got our proposal. Obviously, it's from our point of view, as a children's organisation, sorry, John Carr from INAXO. From our point of view, it's great to see so many proposals. There are clearly some overlaps with some of them, but it would be a mistake to think you could do them all together. There are definitely big differences. I mean, bullying and media literacy overlap a lot, but there are different parts to it. So I suspect this will be a question where the working group, the steering group, or whatever is going to have to negotiate some kind of merging or bringing together of different ones. But it's good to see so many here. But there are quite distinct strands in them, and I think it's fairly obvious from the title.
Thank you. And I would say that I would say that there are different types of session in EuroDIG. There's plenaries, there's workshops, there's flashes, which are this 30 minutes, maximum 30 minutes, with a group of people on a specific thing to talk about something very specific which wouldn't necessarily reach a bigger audience. We have pre-event possibilities. We have ability to do things on the side of EuroDIG too. There were 5 last year, so think about that too. The Nordic Youth Delegation were there. We did a video clip with them. That was very good. The European Youth Forum was very active, and there was a group of about 30 or 40 youth involved last year. So we expect a good participation. John, very briefly.
Very quickly. I mean, in my part of the world, the question of the Federal Trade Commission's deliberations on and thinking behind their decision some would say non-decisions, in relation to the Rule of 13 and the impact that has in Europe and around the world is perhaps, I mean, it's of monumental importance, and put it that way. And if there was to be one topic that might be worthy of a discussion in a plenary session, I would say something around what the Federal Trade Commission did. I know different European countries have got different rules about how old a child must be before they can surrender data to commercial companies, and what those companies can then do with it, with or without parental consent. But the fact is, all of the big American companies are governed by that law, whether they're collecting data in Europe or in the United States. So it's profoundly important for us, and yet it is an American decision, so it brings out that question of jurisdiction. They took 2 years thinking about it. They published it on the 19th of December. If there is to be a plenary around any of these issues, I would suggest that's it.
Unless there are no more of those comments from, sorry, excuse me, yes.
Hello, Nun Moreira from FCT. I would like to say that I strongly support the proposal number 26, so positive online content and services for children. I believe that this is a transversal topic, so it will be very, at this moment, actually, as we speak, we have a thematic European network working on the subject of positive content. And why is that? Because we have the communication from the Commission, Better Internet for Children, which apprises the need for positive content. At this point, we have a multi-stakeholder mode of functioning to analyze the positive content. So we gathered researchers on one side, Safer Internet Centers on the other side, all the chain value for content producers. And actually, as we have a lot of consumer demand for positive content, as we had before for green, the green stamp, so we faced the green watch some years ago. This shift to new business models, and this is also important on this aspect of business model also. So if we would work or try to discuss what is positive content, its implications, which are about privacy, about access, rights, economy, usage, media, content. So we could actually be facing an uprise also of a new business model, and this would have a lot to do right now with the questions of child protection and not quite, sorry. So I think that's it.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much. I'm going to stop there, but just to say that some of it seems to be, there is a tension there that John mentioned, but there's also some best practice there, I think, to think about. How do we do best practice? Maybe that's in a flash session. I'd like to stop there. We're going to restart proposal 31 after the break. It was lunch break.
No, it's 1:30.
1:30.
You have the
excuse me.
1 hour to go.
Excuse me, my clock is telling me 1:30. It's because
I was getting confused, so I went to ask Marta.
No, it's me. It's my fault. I'm on French time, and I apologize very much.
If you are really hungry, you can have a cake.
No, okay. But then, if you don't mind, there is coffee there. If you want to take coffee, you can. But I'd like to carry on. Wolf.
Yes. Thanks, Lee. Relax. Don't feel stressed. We have more time than you thought we will have. I think. Please allow me one remark. When I compiled the proposals, and I had a repeated look on them, having done the same a year ago, I must admit, on certain proposals, I had the feeling déjà vu. And when we were asking for topics for Lisbon, I think we face a particular challenge. The challenge is, after 5 years now, going into the 6th edition of EuroDIG, the challenge is how to contextualize a subject, what is proposed, perhaps with a new perception or with a learning process over the last years we did. To look on it from a political perspective, is there a progress which was made in the discussion over the last years? Are there still aspects of an issue which have been overlooked so far? Are there new people who can be brought into EuroDIG for Lisbon who have a different perception on an issue? And just to avoid, and this in my role as more or less a program coordinator for EuroDIG, I would like to avoid to have the same issue or the same procedure from previous years, but to draft a program with various subjects, but contextualized in another way. Let me take one example. As far as I have followed discussion on child protection, there was always a tendency that some people looked more or less to the regulator, to the state level. The state should do something about it, to give hand to better protect the vulnerable part of the vulnerable groups of the society, which are the kids. And others said, okay, I see this from a different perspective. Child protection, in my eyes, is an empowerment issue. It has to do with internet literacy. And the better we prepare, the more we talk with kids, the better they feel empowered, avoiding malicious content on the internet. These are partly personal experience from my side, and therefore I think, taking this example, a different perception on child protection could be that it can be part of soft regulation. We have the business stakeholders, and let's talk with the business community what on a soft regulation level we can do about the issue to get one step further. So this means it depends on what can be the new aspects of a topic and which people we need to bring in to have a new, exciting and rewarding discussion.
Okay, thank you, Wolf. I feel much more relaxed now that we have 45 minutes left before the break. And I apologize for the timekeeping. Paul, do you want to say something, or Britt, on this?
I just wanted to add one word to what Wolf just said, which is I think it would be good if we could manage to have an agenda where we really adopt a problem-based angle on the different issues, because they're always the same buckets, more or less. But I think the time is ripe to become more operational and to really try to look what is the European take at this, what can Europe bring to the debate, also globally, what are European specific particularities, of course, but also what is Europe's view in general from a problem-based angle.
Okay, thank you, Paul. Sandra, and then John, briefly.
It's Sandra speaking. Thank you, Peter, for this, for mentioning the Paul. I'm sorry. Peter Paul. For mentioning to put this on a European agenda, because this is later in our discussion today. But I just want to bring your attention to to this issue in this discussion as well, that we are looking to better to include national IGFs and to really enforce a European discussion to be submitted then through the EuroDIG to the global IGF. And so we will look into the issues which could be defined or which topic could be defined to have a deeper discussion on a national level where we can ask national IGFs to do so. And so this was mentioned here already many times. I just want to ask you to be aware of it, that this is going to be on the agenda for EuroDIG this year to foster European discussion, and we will discuss this in detail in the second part of our program today.
Yeah, I mean, I'm all in favour of trying to find new players and new actors to take part in some of these discussions, but this is a question of very high-level strategic policy, and it's not a question of choosing between soft regulation or media literacy. All of these things are going to be relevant and important, but we cannot avoid two facts. First of all, there is hard law already in this place. We cannot, in Spain they have a specific law, for example, which says you may not, no commercial company operating on the internet may collect any information from anybody under the age of 14 unless their parent has given verified consent to that information being collected. As far as I know, Spain is the only country in the EU that has that specific law. The Federal Trade Commission in the United States, so this law affects how Google operates, how Microsoft operates, how Facebook operates in every jurisdiction on the planet, because the law expressly says if you are an American company residing in the USA, subject to our jurisdiction, wherever you collect data from children, you must follow this law, and that law specifies a rule of 13. So, this is hard, and now we have Commissioner Reding in Brussels proposing a new directive which copies the American law in one way by establishing a new bottom line of 13. I'm not quite sure what that will do for Spanish law, but never mind. I'm sure Commissioner Reding will tell us that eventually. And on top of that, we've got all of these different regulations in different countries. So it's the FTC's decision plus Commissioner Reding's initiative on data privacy, which I think gives this a new salience, a new level of importance that has not been here in previous years, and it impacts across a wide range of different internet companies' business interests. It certainly impacts on child protection interests. I'm all for trying to get new people involved in the debate, but there is a uniqueness to this year that we've not had in previous years.
Thank you, John. Good point, and maybe after lunch you can tell us about, or try to crystallise the title of the session, how we could really make it, attractive for people from all sorts. Laura, nominate.
Thank you. I just wanted to support Wolf, Sandra and Paul. I think, John is right that it's, you can't just move the discussions on for the sake of it, but it's important to remember that it's not a one-off event, it's part of a process, and the discussions are ongoing and need to move forward.
Okay, thank you. Can we go to, if there are no more comments, can we go to proposals 31, 32, 33, 34 and 35? Hate speech online, child protection, e-commerce and privacy, the social role of the local internet community, local TLDs, etc. Internet and human rights is access to a human right. And literacy, again, how to understand the meaning and have access to digital media. I will start by saying that hate speech is, there's a big campaign going on in the Council of Europe regarding youth, young people, and how they're communicating online and trying to understand, what is hate speech, how do you identify it, and how should you be talking online. I'm not sure we fully understand exactly that we have a certain responsibility when we speak, even if it's online. Are we private, are we public, etc. So it's a campaign which is ongoing and it was launched quite recently. So that's quite interesting. Hate speech and freedom of expression in general, in other areas, in other organisations, it seems to be a big topic wherever I go to. And I would be happy to see it discussed further. Any other comments on these proposals? Yes, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Well, in fact, the campaign is about to be launched. I have been following the process within, as a Portuguese representative within the youth sector in the Council of Europe. This is one of our priorities for this year and next year. We have been working on this campaign for the last couple of years, and we would like to look at it at a certain extent as a natural consequence or follow-up of the All Different, All Equal campaign that I'm sure all of you know already. And within my institute, we are in the process to launch the campaign in Portugal. And very shortly, we will be trying to convene, to organize the national committee will be in charge of the campaign in Portugal. And therefore, I would like to seize this opportunity to make some kind of publicity within our Portuguese partners around the table. Some of them we know already will be there. Some of them, some others we would like to invite to the process. And in doing so, what we want to do is to call the attention to the fact that nowadays things like discrimination, things like xenophobia, things like homophobia, etc., have found new grounds to act. And this is what we want to do. We want to be on the spot. We want to be where discrimination is taking place. That's why we are giving the hate speech campaign such a relevant role in the framework of the Council of Europe. And as you all know, the Secretary General of the Council of Europe is being very strict in not allowing us to be involved in too many things at one time. Therefore, we have to prioritize. And this is why for these 2 years, 2013, 2014, we have appointed the hate speech campaign as one of our 2 main programs to be involved in, of course, with participation with member countries. And in Portugal, once again, it will be eventually up to the Portuguese Institute for Sports and Youth to have a kind of a leading role in what regards the campaign in Portugal. Last week, I was in Strasbourg. I talked to Rui Gomes. He told me about the process, and he told me, well, eventually I will be in Portugal. And I told him, well, I can't see you being in Portugal and the campaign being mentioned in EuroDIG and we not being involved. That's why I'm very pleased to be here in this meeting, and I would like to share with you this piece of information. Thank you.
No. Okay, thank you very much. Chris. Oh, sorry. Chris and then... Yeah.
Sorry, thank you. I just wanted to, I think the youth participation, the youth factor in EuroDIG has been one of the most impressive things about this event sort of in past years. And I'm sort of going to jump a little bit ahead here to one of the proposals that we submitted regarding connecting that youth component. The RIPE NCC has been very strongly involved in the Arab IGF, which had its first event last year. And one of the things we were quite impressed with there was the level of youth participation. And actually a lot of the areas they were looking at were somewhat similar to the items you're describing regarding hate speech. They were talking about use of social media. Obviously in the Middle East, there are a lot of issues with content blocking, all that sort of thing. I think while obviously EuroDIG has to maintain a focus on a European perspective, European issues, I think there's also an opportunity there that we can try and build some bridges between the youth stakeholder groups in Europe and in the Middle East for sort of a mutual benefit there of sharing information, sharing perspectives. I think there's a lot of common issues, and so that's something that the RIPE NCC would be very happy to work with people to facilitate. So yeah, anyone who is involved in that, I'm happy to speak to you more about that. Thank you.
Thank you, Chris. The gentleman here, and then Michael Rota. Thank you.
João is the name. Okay. So what I would like to ask is it possible to get under the same bullet a lot of proposals that are in this document about media literacy? Because in some of these proposals, what we are speaking is not about media literacy, it's about education to the media, which is a different thing from media literacy. And this is very important on my view, because I'm acting as an ombudsman of an online newspaper. And the biggest difference between what I have to judge or what I have to analyze and my colleagues from newspapers that are only published in paper is exactly not on the content itself that we have to discuss, but on the possibility to have a larger information and to have more information about the same issue that we have. We don't have a problem of space, mostly in online newspapers, that we have on paper newspapers. So I do not have to ask and to explain the information itself. I have my colleagues from paper newspapers. I only have to ask to the editors, why don't you put all the information in the background of these, in the memory, in the archives that you can open of the newspaper to the people who want to know more about that issue, that particular issue. So I think that maybe we should get all together these issues on media literacy in the same ballot or in the same discussion and try to get them all together, because we could take different approaches at the end and we could be saying something in the first half of the conference and a different thing in the last half of the conference.
Thank you. Good point. And I'd like to for you to think about the tension between the different actors and make sure we get those actors in the room, please. Michael Ruttet.
One remark to number 34. There is within the international telecom regulations from the ITU, the new ones, there is one article dealing with landlocked countries and the right of access to infrastructures. And independently on what protocols are used on those cables, on those line infrastructures. And I think this would be much more than talking about a specific protocol which may change in 2 years or 5 years or 10 years or whatsoever, like the internet protocols. And what happens if internet access isn't right and the lines do not exist? I mean, infrastructure would be much better. The right of accessing the infrastructure, not only landlocked countries, and this is already solved within the telecom regulations.
That's a good point. I mean, I've been involved in discussion on access to the internet as a human right. I work for the Council of Europe, and it's a very difficult discussion to discuss opening up a convention, a very, very, very old and very, very used convention by the Court of Human Rights, and start introducing new rights. Personally, I think it's very much bound up with freedom of expression, which is already an existing right. But when you go to the technical side of things, because if you start making internet a human right, you create obligations on states to make sure that's the case, and that costs money. So I think the point that you're making, Michael, is quite interesting. So I wonder whether we can't connect the two in a discussion. So I think it's a good point. Does anybody want to come in on this or discuss or make other comments? Yeah?
Well, maybe I can make a short comment.
Yeah. Tatiana, and then Paul, briefly.
I mean, about internet access as human right and landlocked countries and so on, I think about implications, because if we compare to another dimension of telecom regulation, like, for example, universal access obligation and universal service obligation, because it creates obligations on different levels, like governments, then ISPs, and so on and so forth. So I believe there are different aspects of this question, internet as human rights, like international obligation, national obligation, and then obligations of the ISPs, which definitely involve costs.
Thank you.
Yes?
That might be maybe connected with this number 23, I think, general discussion about human rights, and the part of that general discussion to include access itself as a human right, yes or no?
Yeah, thank you. I think that's a good point. I think they can be linked together, and I see this could be very useful for governments to know exactly what's coming ahead, you know, in terms of what happens. There is already a case before the court which has been decided in December regarding, not regarding access as such, but regarding the blanket blocking of, I think it was Google service in Turkey, and it was considered a violation of Article 10, which is moving towards the idea that you can't just cut access blanket across the board to a service. It's not proportionate, perhaps. I think it's worth bearing that in mind, and that there is perhaps a creep towards the importance of access for human rights, and this discussion could help that discussion. Did you want to come in, Paul? Did you, or not?
Well, I would like to come back to the proposal on hate speech, and in general, we were talking about the challenge to find more operational angles to approach topics that are very well established already. And I think, well, for instance, for privacy is such a broad topic, but maybe a European perspective is cloud and data location. And I see when we talk about hate speech, I think two very European topics are under the freedom of expression hat are hate speech and defamation, and especially the challenge how to deal with the so-called digital wildfires, so viral information outbursts on the internet that spread across different jurisdictions. For instance, we saw the Innocence of Muslims video, which was a perfect example of this, or maybe some of you are familiar with the case that is currently before a French court involving Twitter and a racist hashtag that was among the top 5 trending topics in France, and there's a procedure now to identify the people involved and so on and so forth. So I think there would be, because we're trying to cluster topics, I think there would be a potential fit between the Russian proposal number 8, which is sort of the perspective of lawmaking, unintended consequences of lawmaking, including the multi-stakeholder flora in the conception of laws and frameworks, and also the East and West dialogue, which is, I think, very important because we're trying to find the tension, so to bring people together in a plenary, in a session, that are not necessarily of the same opinion. And the proposal 23 by the Council of Europe, and also the proposal on hate speech 31, together with what we wanted to propose on jurisdiction, under what jurisdiction are European users. I think focusing on those procedural interfaces could make a good topic that will cover a lot of aspects and will focus more on, well, this operational outcome.
It's a really good point. I mean, I was sort of involved in different discussions with regard to the Innocence of Muslims video clip, and whether that was hate speech and how you're supposed to address that. And there were different statements made by different people. I saw the response by GNI, which was a collection of different responses. For example, no one was really coming down left or right on whether this was this or that, and there were different views on its interpretation, the context, etc. So it's definitely something which has a lot of different views. It's not black and white in terms of, you know, where it sits sometimes. It's about freedom of expression and the extent of freedom of expression to offend, shock and disturb, of course. And that's very European. That's a very European approach. And when you look at companies outside of Europe and, you know, which are trying to use local laws and these sorts of things, it's a very interesting discussion to have. Perhaps it fits into a plenary, I don't know. But something I think I'd like to think about. Paul.
Let me just add something. We had a preliminary discussion also with Leonid from .ru about the possible cooperation or joining forces on this. And there would be the possibility to also bring a Russian lawmaker to such a panel on procedural interfaces on hate speech and defamation. So,
thank you. If there are no more comments, I'd like to move to proposals 36, 37, 38, 39 and 40, capacity building, media and internet literacy we've already sort of touched upon, privacy, the global nature of cloud computing, access, inclusion, exclusion, diversity, etc. That's touched upon. Deliberative democracy and citizens' participation. We had a good session last year on democracy and the internet with Carl Bildt and Secretary General Jagland and others in Sweden. That was very good. So that would build upon that. and then connected TV, which is a very hot topic in my opinion, regarding, you know, looking at a television screen which has access to the internet but also has access to normal terrestrial television channels, and it's being discussed heavily now, and I'm sure that will come out of EuroDIG. Any comments on those next 5? Yes, Sylvia.
Yeah, I would very much plead in favor of having something on cloud computing. I mean, I see this proposal 37, which looks quite good, and then there's a later on proposal, I think 49, which looks at it. The reason is that cloud computing has very much a forward-looking perspective, which we could start examining within the EU and with our member states. We've started to brainstorm on whether we could include cloud computing in trade agreements with third countries. It's very much a discussion, and I mean, as you know, as we discuss, as ideas can go more freely in a place like EuroDIG, I would really think that we could look at that. And I would add, I mean, I think it'd be great if we could have somebody from the technical community who could tell us how realistic, you know, some of the ideas that policymakers have are.
Please bear in mind the need to identify the people, the people in those communities, technical community or other communities, which are really essential to that discussion, because we need to identify them now and start contacting them as soon as possible. If they're very busy, if they're very important, it takes time to get them into a panel in June. So any comments apart from those on those next group of proposals? Giacomo, EBU.
Of course, the hybrid television topic is for us very important. Also, I think that we need to know better from the European Commission the dates of the Parliament procedures about that, and when the proposal of the Commission expected on this topic will be available. Because, of course, according to the calendar, our debate could have a role in preparing or commenting the European Commission proposals.
Thank you. Okay. If there are no more comments, I'd like to move to the next group, proposals, 41, 42, 43, 44 and 45. Digital divide, citizen empowerment, e-seniors, ISOC. The influence of internet on journalism, that's been touched upon. Intellectual property rights, we had a discussion last time in Sweden on that, and I think there was a discussion about, we failed to get enough tension in the discussion. Many people were singing the same song, so it's very important if we discuss IPR that we change the name of IPR and try to have a very, you know, opposing factor discussion about the issues there. Net neutrality is, in my opinion, a huge topic which is still begging to be discussed. It's still not clear. I know the Commission or Nelly Cruz has mentioned certain things, and you know, it's perhaps a very ripe discussion to have to further the debate in Europe on net neutrality. I would put that forward myself. And then we have universal access and excluded groups from the internet. Inclusion is one thing, but exclusion is another. Social exclusion. If you're, I mean, I guess if you're not on Facebook, are you socially excluded? I don't know, for young people. If you don't have a mobile phone with access, are you excluded? I wonder. It's just a question. So let's take those next group of proposals. Any comments on those proposals? Yes, Wolf.
In connection with what I tried to say before. Last year in Stockholm, I was one of the focal points and organizers of the IP Plenary 2 we had on intellectual property rights in the digital environment. Just not doing the same as last year. I think IP rights is still a burning issue. On, not only on the European agenda, there are all sorts of attempts how to protect rights holders better. This year, following up on proposal 43, what Adela Dangiu suggested, I would like to see it again on the agenda, but under the access point of view. How can we provide open access by somehow respecting certain rights of the creative people, etc. I'm not so much thinking about as a right holders industry, which is a very strong one, and they are perfectly in a position to protect their own interests by themselves. So they are not in my focus at all. But the creative people behind intellectual property, remuneration system, flat rates, Creative Commons. There are so many models on the table, and from an access angle, I would suggest it makes perfectly sense to have it on the agenda again.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Wolf. Before we come to Chris, we have a remote participation. Lisbon.
Comments from the remote participants. The first one is from Vladimir Rudovnik, I think.
Hello, Vlada.
Yes, sorry.
Hello, Vlada.
His comment is that net neutrality is very important to discuss in the workshop, but it should be moved to the level of regulation and possible implications, not focused in the law enforcement. I have also a comment from Oksana Prikovnik that EPR should be a central question a central topic in the workshop. I also have a comment from Servus, I think. Martin, yes, Martin. That tell us that in the proposal 45 does not really capture the idea behind the proposal. It goes much more in direction of the proposal 20 proposed by EDF, just that would go beyond disabilities and include other structurally disadvantaged groups such as refugees in Rome. It's difficult to tell exactly the right comment because it's separated. But I think you understand exactly what I'm saying, right? Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Chris.
I just wanted to, I guess, support you in saying that the net neutrality would be an important thing to look at in this coming event. And I think that the perspective, even just in the last 12 months on that debate, has changed a bit. And I think it provides a way into some of the other sort of very big debates that are happening in terms of internet governance, in terms of some of the issues raised by, say, the Etno proposal in Wicket, in terms of looking at things like the widespread use of carrier-grade NAT by service providers. So I think how we sort of construct that discussion, who we get involved in whatever panel, will be important there. But I think it's something that really is very fertile ground.
Thank you. I have the lady there, then we have Giacomo, and then Pedro.
The lady there is, my name is Carla, just but I enjoy the lady there. I just want to say some words about proposal number 42. It's mine, just for everybody to know.
Can you speak up a little bit?
I was saying that I want to say a few words about proposal number 42. It's mine, just for knowing, for telling at the first time. And it's the fourth and the last one of the grey block, that it's media and content. They are just for, okay? And it relates, of course, with number 19 that we have discussed, a bit wild. But I would like to say that journalists look at the world, but they look very less to themselves. And I think that the internet area brings a lot of questions about how journalists work and what are the consequences for democracy. This is my opinion, and I'm very concerned about this. That's why I proposed this theme. And that's it. Because there must be a social responsibility of the media, and there should be quality patterns that sometimes with more quickly information, more need to get profits from the companies, because media are companies too. Sometimes a lot of values that should be there aren't there, okay? So this is a bit concerned, because democracy without journalism, or I don't think it can be. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. We're discussing that a lot. That's a big issue. I mean, it's been discussed, but it should be discussed further. Giacomo, EBU.
On the proposal, not easy, don't worry, we will manage it. On the proposal on IPR, intellectual property rights, that Wolf is referring to, I think that the most actual problem is one angle of that is the question of Google versus the publishers in Europe. I don't think that we can ignore this question this year, because it's a very hot topic in Germany, it's a very hot topic in France, and I learned yesterday that it's also a very hot topic in Portugal. So I think that probably this is the right angle this year to approach the problem, because there are all the questions related to the IPR are in a nutshell afforded by this problem. And again, on the same perspective, try to find the hot topics within old questions. Net neutrality, I think that has to be discussed in relation with the ethno proposal to the WICT, because this is really the European that, in a certain sense, invented and supported the net neutrality concept are putting in discussion the net neutrality concept because of other priorities, that is the investment in the future generation network. So I think that these are two questions that need to be read under the angle of European problems we are facing today.
Second, please. We have Pedro. I think Pedro will just concur with you, and we have a happy accident of having the journalism and Google sitting together, so maybe they have a few things to say. But first of all, and then we'll come to Oliver and Wolf, but please, Pedro, you want to say something?
It's just to recall that proposal number 50 that was submitted by myself, although my name is Pedro Veigo and I'm Pedro Veiga, but that's not very well. This resulted from a discussion with some friends, and I suppose proposal 42 and 50 could be merged. This is a very crucial topic. Also here in Portugal, recently there was a discussion similar to what you mentioned in France. So this is to emphasize that this is a very important topic. There is remote participation.
No, but first of all, I think there were these two gentlemen here may have a few things to say before, but
side by
please
side.
be brief. Thank you.
Well, first, I do agree that we could merge the proposals. The questions are technically not the same, but what we should discuss is almost the same. Maybe this meeting will be historical one day, as you will remind that Google and the publishers were together at the same table. Yeah. Remember, at the same time, please do it and put it in the internet, and we will see what kind of comments we have. Well, they are together now, the world is going to be different. Well, so what I wanted to, again, to underline is that, as we have in proposal 2042, that seems to bring us to an idea that because of the internet, things are different. with journalistic contents. No, they are not different in the internet with journalists because of journalistic contents. It's not, I'm sorry, as you say here, more internet, fewer newspapers. No, it's not true. More internet, more newspapers. More internet, more magazines. And I think it's not a discussion with the industry of printing. Because with the industry of printing, yes, we may say more internet, less printed or less, and that is a question of environment, and there we could bring on the digital agenda, on the Europe program of 2020, everything that is related with that. But I would like very much to underline this point that what we are discussing, or what we should discuss in a forum like this one, is the journalistic act and its relationship with the different platforms in which we can spread information or have access to information. And all these questions that we have with aggregators and search engines, as we were told here, on my view, is a question of misunderstanding. And if we had time, which you don't have, because, and so I will not go further, I will tell you the story about how Portugal coming to India in the year of 1450 and 98, and the problem that we have with Google is almost the same thing. 500 years ago. It's almost the same thing. If we understand why it was important for the world that the Portuguese arrived in India, we have the key to have a solution with Google, between publishers and Google.
This needs to be explained.
Well, will you explain that? Will you explain that to us in the lunch break?
To answer,
please,
briefly to all these questions. First of all, I think that there is a misunderstanding because this issue is not a Google's issue.
Yes.
It's not a Google issue. Please don't talk about Google because it's not a Google's issue.
Right.
It's an issue around the information society. First of all,
information
please,
aggregation.
we cannot focus this conversation and this place Google publishers. It's about the information society and intellectual property rights. Okay, we can discuss about that. Right. But this is not the place to discuss publishers and Google and other companies. First of all. Second, I can assure you that there are other countries, European countries, that don't understand that there is some sort of infringement about intellectual property rights. For instance, UK. For instance, Ireland. For instance, Holland. So, Netherlands, sorry. So, please, I am not, I don't agree to have this place as the room for the debate about this issue. We can talk about the intellectual property rights, but please don't use this forum for this issue. Thank you.
Point taken, but I really like when I feel the tension in the room. I think that's what we're trying to achieve with EuroDIG.
Yeah,
so,
exactly.
To the contrary, we need to get people to understand your point of view and your point of view, and to try to see where we land there.
Please. As a company, we support that we need, I'm a journalist, I was a journalist for 19 years, Google supports that we need strong media, strong papers, and because for democratic societies.
Well, I hope you can come and join us in June for the EuroDIG and maybe be on the panel. Oliver, Wolf, and then we have remote, please. Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you. I wanted to make a comment that I actually wanted to do at the very end of the presentation of the proposal, but maybe this is the right time because it fits into what different people said. I agree to what I don't know your name, sorry, what you were saying, the problem between Google and the publishers, or between other providers and the copyright industry is a general problem. And this brings me to a point that I wanted to make, as I mentioned at the end. If you look into all the proposals, if you go into the details and if you try to figure out what is behind these issues, you will, in most of the cases, come to the conclusions that there are three general problems which I think have to be addressed in a more general way. The first one is the problem or the challenges of enforcement. Take Google, take hate speech, take data protection, take security, take law enforcement. It's all challenges of enforcement. And questions of enforcement are always very much linked to the question or the challenge of the rule of law. And what I'm missing in the proposals, I mean, I had, of course, the opportunity to make one of my own, which I missed, unfortunately. However, I think it would be very important to address the challenge of enforcement and the rule of law in a more general way. And if we would check all the proposals through that view of enforcement, maybe it would be possible also to cluster it more along these general lines, saying which proposals are connected with enforcement and the challenges of enforcement and the rule of law. And the other aspect that goes through many of these proposals, also through the Google case, is the question of intermediary liability. Which is one of the key cornerstones of the information society, which is the key cornerstone of the e-commerce directive. And that is something that I can imagine would also be worth to be addressed in a special panel or workshop or whatever, because many of the proposals that are made here, well, belong to these topics. And if you should, as the organizers, come into a situation where you think, well, how can we address all these very special and very much horizontal problems that are addressed by the proposals, maybe one solution could be to address the vertical issues behind them, like liability, like enforcement, and like the rule of law, and to put some of these horizontal proposals more under the vertical issues that we're addressing. And I absolutely agree, we should not discuss, that's not what I understand under internet governance. It doesn't make sense to address or discuss problems that companies have between each other, maybe not even that different branches have. The question is the general question and the general question. What are the challenges for enforcement, for the rule of law, and for the liability of intermediaries?
It's a good point, provided we get governments and law enforcement authorities saying that we have a problem with enforcement.
Yeah,
so we need to get them to the table. If they don't come to the table, could be a one-sided discussion. Yeah. Remote, please.
I have a comment from Vladimir that tells us that net neutrality should be focused should be analyzed from two angles. The first one, human rights and regulation. The second one, business models and payments. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. And Wolf, I missed you. Sorry.
Yeah. First, Oliver, I think you made a very good intervention, how we can better pinpoint the clusters on certain key aspects. And I think I really liked the way you looked on it, etc. And you partly regrouped some of the clusters. Very good point. I wanted to come back to Giacomo's remarks. I didn't dare, by the way. I know the Google debate in the German-speaking context, we call it Leistungsschutzrechte. Huh?
Ensuring copyright.
Okay, I didn't. So I learned today something I didn't know the English term already, and I was not aware so far that it's not only in the German-speaking context, because Germany will pass a law, most probably, I fear, in the next time.
There's a hearing tomorrow, yeah.
There's a hearing tomorrow. It's just a parliamentary hearing again on it, and I fear it afterwards the law will never happen, because in my opinion it's one of the most stupid laws I know. What says already something, but since I have heard from Giacomo that it is an issue in Portugal, I know it's an issue in France, etc. So it will be relevant. And in my opinion, of course, as you rightly said, it's not a problem of Google. If it's a problem, then it's a problem of content aggregation, where Google is one of the players, etc. But it also has to do with more or less old-fashioned business models, where the publishers of a printed press missed to review their content distribution channels, etc., and how they can find new access models to guarantee the quality production of the papers. And I'm also a previous journalist, so I know it from this point of view as well. So I think, but at the end, Giacomo, this is again, when the stupid laws come through, it will become an access problem at the end. So there will be other paywalls, whether they are justified, whether they are unjustified, etc. In my opinion, it will threaten open access. Just it's a new version of intellectual property rights protection, etc. So I think you delivered the other arguments why it should be on the Lisbon agenda, and we should discuss about it in a broader context.
Thank you, Wolf. Before I pass to Laura, again, I go back to the workshop that we had in Sweden on journalism and these issues. Now we're talking about separating content creation from content distribution and concentrating on content creation instead of distribution channels, which some companies, some media do. So I think we need to build on that. Laura, please.
Thanks, Lee. Laura Hutchison from Nominet and the UK IGF. I wanted to pick up on the discussions around IPR. We'd certainly agree it's a really important discussion to have. There's a lot of strong support in the UK, and it's certainly been something we've continued to discuss. We ran a workshop at the IGF last year on this topic. I would just like to stress some caution. I think it's really important how you frame this debate. The Google versus the publishers sort of angle is not healthy. It's not constructive in any way. You automatically set up a conflict, and from our experience in talking about this, you just end up with the two sides in their entrenched position. You cannot move the debate forwards. Perhaps in order to be more constructive, the debate should look for solutions rather than talking about problems or issues. Thank you.
Thank you, Laura. But we also have to get to the solutions. We need to talk about the problems first, I think, and then go to solutions. Otherwise, someone will feel like they've missed a debate. If there are no more comments, then we're almost running out. Well, we are at the lunch break. Oh, there's a comment there from you, please. Is there a microphone for the lady? Lady in blue.
I'm Elizabeth. I'm Elizabeth Fay.
It's not working.
Yes,
now.
Okay. I'm Elizabeth Fay, and I'm representing the ICT and Society Unit. And we would like to support the proposal number 41. And this proposal raises a question that we would like to see discussed at the workshop.
Can you speak?
Okay. Can you hear me now?
Louder.
No.
Closer and louder.
Like this?
Yeah.
Okay. This proposal, 41, raises a question that we would like to see discussed at the workshop. How can we involve senior people in the internet governance issues if they're still dealing with the relevance or not of the internet in their daily lives? Okay.
Thank you very much. Very important point. We've discussed it before, but I still think it's important. And if there are any earlier events in the year in Lisbon regarding internet governance, that's something that can be discussed early and brought into the discussions in the EuroDIG. I'd like to try to finish before we break for lunch. I'd like to go to proposals 46, 47, 48, 49 and 50. We're almost there. Internet protocols and human rights, that's an ISOC. Well, it was discussed in an ISOC workshop in IGF, which I think is quite interesting, quite technical. Cybersecurity, cybercrime, that's Tatiana's proposal. I mean, provided if we only get law enforcement people on the panel, that would be boring. So we need attention there regarding these issues. Pedro's proposal for network neutrality, we've discussed that. Your proposal for cloud computing, we've mentioned that. And your proposal on IPR protection, content protection, which you've mentioned. Yes. Any comments on these five, please? I'm going to ask, yes?
I would like to support number 47. regarding cybersecurity and cybercrime. In our opinion, there is a strong concern among the internet community and also among companies regarding security. And as a company, we have seen how the number of requests coming from governments about information about users, the number is increasing. So not only in totalitarian countries, also in democratic regimes. So it's something that is worrying in our opinion, and we would like to include this point in the agenda.
Thank you very much. Okay, thank you. Tatiana, just a second. You're the proposer of that workshop, that proposal.
Well, yeah, I thought maybe
But
I wasn't sure if it will be proposed as workshop or plenary or general issue or whatsoever, just an idea.
We're not going to, it's an issue, it's a hot topic.
Yeah. Okay.
So we really need to get to the topic, the issue, which is really important to the tension there. So, I mean, every year we have an event on cybercrime related issues. I mean, it seems in the IGF, in the EuroDIG, it's something which is too important to miss. You cannot not discuss cybercrime, cybersecurity, it seems. But what is it? What is that? What is the hot thing
I would like to put it into the new context. You know, there are so many things going around. Like last year, I was insisting on public-private partnerships.
Yeah.
This year, I'm really insisting on legal reform, because, for example, EuroDIG is doing its big cybercrime study, and maybe in February they will come with some proposals, like maybe soft law or something on electronic evidence or procedural instruments and so on. And during this year, I also realized that concerning cybercrime legislation, it's more or less harmonized in many countries. But if we are talking about procedural instruments, operational capacity, operational cooperation, there is no harmonization yet, maybe because it started a bit later than harmonization of legislation, maybe, well, for whatsoever reasons, national sovereignty reasons, national internet segments and like kind of different factors of influence. So I would like to put it into the context of legal reform, of what is going on now, what problems we are facing now, because there are many connected problems.
Okay, thank you very much. The gentleman here.
Yes, please, to support proposal number 47, like my friend from the left has said, because we have a great concern on the difference between piracy and crime. And we even have a platform in Portugal which is called Mapinet. It's a movement against piracy in the internet. Or what we are fighting for is the decriminalization of most of the usages of the internet that are not in fact crimes. Those who are crimes, they should be criminalized. But downloads, for instance, which are now criminalized under the Portuguese law, they should not be a crime. There should be a difference between what it is piracy and what it is crime in the internet, because otherwise the enforcement and the liability will be always very much more difficult. And when I'm saying about this platform, Mapinet, it's because we want to contribute from this platform with our experience with some of the internet service providers with which we were able to have self-regulation and good practices principles.
Thank you. Wolf, briefly.
Yes, thanks a lot. I like this aspect because we have a growing tendency now in Europe. In Switzerland, downloads are by law legal. Uploads are illegal, but downloads are legal. And there is a very, very strong lobbying launched from the US in many European countries now, including Switzerland, to push the Swiss government to modify the law to illegalize downloads. And this is a very troubling issue. And a lot of civil society groups in Switzerland are now resisting to counter lobby to the government, saying leave it like it is, because it's much better as it is now. If you illegalize, you bump into the same situation as you have in Germany.
Isn't it a bit a question on the border of intellectual property right and criminalization and cybercrime?
Well, it's you could also contextualize in the way how strong economic lobbies try to instrumentalize law enforcement on their private purpose.
I totally agree, because when we come to the question of cybercrime, if there would be this kind of lobby which we have behind copyright protection, probably fighting cybercrime would be a very easy task. So, and then again, we are coming to the question of lawmaking. Who is behind the lawmaking? What are the driving forces for everything?
Just to add, it's also, and I would say in some countries, much more a question of judiciary system. Because until very recently in Portugal, the same court that was going to judge a case of cybercrime was going to judge also a case of abuse of copyrights. Only very recently it was changed. That means that the judges, they are people like us. And when you bring before them a case to be decided, for them it's very difficult to decide because they have thousands of decisions to take. And for them it's the same thing. And so that's one of the reasons why I very strongly support that difference between uploads and downloads. It's because it's a question of judiciary system as well.
Okay, thank you very much. I think that's a good point, and uploads and downloads is really quite a catchy title, actually. It's part of a title, I think. Remote, Elizabeth.
Oksana tells me here that is supporting Wolf's intervention. Thank you.
And I must say, just to add, to say that there was a recent consultation in the UK regarding social media abuse and the use of criminal legislation, but for those who are saying nasty things on the internet, sustained hatred and harassment, and a second group of cases whereby people were saying things but there was no sustained attack on a person, and how you deal with that from an enforcement point of view, because there are so many people saying things which are perhaps offend, shock and disturb, which maybe are not so not so serious as the first category. So that's an interesting case, a best practice maybe to share as well. I'd like to, if there are no more comments, I'd like to move on to the last proposals, which are 51, 2, 3 and 4. The role of non-commercial users in a commercialized internet, civil society, NCUC. Transparency, accountability and capacity building as cornerstones of multi-stakeholderism. That's what the EuroDIG is all about. Chris's proposal regarding governance challenges of an evolving critical internet resources ecosystem. And your second proposal regarding facilitating global youth engagement, which you've mentioned already. Yeah. Any comments on these last four? I know it's almost lunch break. It is lunch break. Tatiana.
Well, from my perspective, I strongly support Chris' proposal on critical internet resources, because I think it fulfills all the requirements. It's in context, it's topical, it's quite new, and it will be a hot issue. So I believe this shall be definitely included, because it's also related to some kind to my topic, cybersecurity. But I believe it will be an interesting workshop or whatsoever, wherever you will put it into the framework of agenda.
Comments? Yes, gentleman there, microphone.
Daniel Ferreira from the Science and Technology Foundation. I want to leave here, in the end of the debate, I was waiting for all the topics to pass to see if the thing appears, but no. I wanted to leave a provocation, if you want. We are speaking about internet governance, and one subject that is bothering me at the moment is that I haven't heard nothing about producing knowledge about the internet itself, or because internet is a data source, not only about itself but about human societies. I think this subject should be present when we are speaking about governance of internet, because the governance implies to know better the object we are dealing with. Not only in the context of infrastructure, but also in the context of the operation and the users, And speaking about the usage is about, it gives us necessary information about how human society is doing nowadays. So the provocation is to somehow to arrange a way to put this theme in the discussion, maybe in the future, and to know how can we address this subject. OECD, Eurostat is already speaking about these things and using the data in the internet as a data source. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I still need your. I mean, we're going to close now unless there are any other comments for the break now on the last proposals. Yes, you have a yes.
Only to would like to support proposal number 52. I think it's also connected or linked with 47 that I mentioned before.
Thank you very much. Okay. Wow. We've got through the 54 proposals. Thank you very much. I feel a lot better. We're going to break for, let's say, an hour or just under an hour, let's say. While you're eating your lunch here, I'd still really like to ask you, when we come back, we have a few proposals which were made late, and we would like to share them. So there are, if you have other ideas, but I would really like you to come back with, really nailing down the actual issue, thinking about the title for the session that could be, and really trying to capture, we need to capture people's imagination. They need to come to EuroDIG, because they're excited. I mean, okay, Google and Publishers is catchy, and it may be the wrong title, but at the same time, it's very catchy, and it really brings people to a discussion. So I really would like that we think about that. Oh, yes, and thank you, Will, for reminding me. Now that we've gone into some of the details, we need to come out, we need to zoom out, we need to look at the whole context, not just the sessions, and we need to think about an overarching theme. Last year, it was who sets the rules for the internet. So for 2013, ... we need your help in, crystallizing the overall theme based upon the discussions, the proposals. So please have a nice lunch. Let's hear the story from the gentleman about India. I'd like to hear about that. And see you in an hour or just under. Thank you. We have around 3 o'clock. We have around 2 hours together for the end. And there's quite a few things to do. Now that we exhausted the 54 proposals, there were some which didn't come in on time, and they came late. Several. I will mention one which came from the Council of Europe, but I would like to pass the floor to Wolf to mention the other ones which came in, just so you're fully informed of proposals made. Thank you, Wolf.
Okay, just as a compliment, after the deadline, we incorporated all those proposals arriving until the 1st of January. These are included among the 54 on the listing. Responses afterwards, asking whether the deadline is meant serious. We confirmed, yes, it is meant serious, but if there is anything important, you can. There was one more on cybercrime. I told the person, okay, the subject, the topic is already considered, of course, for the next year agenda. Then we had the one I mentioned where IFLA, the International Federation of the Library Associations, asked whether they still can submit. I encouraged them, yes, do. Actually, they didn't come back with a proposal. But I know their concern. It's about access and public sector information, etc. Therefore, I can more or less assume what they would like to have incorporated in the program discussion. And there was another one from Berlin. I encouraged them as well, Dirk, but until today they didn't come back after the encouragement really submitting something.
Yeah, but do you know, Wolf, what they'd like to talk about, Berlin?
Berlin, they didn't even indicate it, whether it's something from their core business, what is new GTLDs. That's the only thing I could imagine from their side, but I do not know whether they wanted to have anything else.
Okay, thank you. A proposal came in mid-January from a colleague of mine who deals with the issue of drugs and crime, and he proposed an event which looks at well, there's a growing number of websites which are selling drugs and promoting drug use. Blocking those websites is driving the debate, the drug things underground, and there seems to be an increasing number of hidden internet sites which cannot be traced or blocked because of encryption, and as part of the so-called dark net. And the dark net is this space that you don't see on the content layer where things are happening. So they're looking into that area with different experts. So we're, from a crime fighting point of view, I think it's very interesting. It's quite technical, I guess, but it's very interesting. And so that's something they propose. A second one they propose is more positive about how to use the internet to help drug users rehabilitate, giving them treatment. So it's a best practices, how one can help drug users to help themselves to get off drugs. And so they've mentioned to me in the passing many different examples of positive best practices to help these people. So those are two different proposals. And I think they could be quite interesting, at least one of them. So, any comments on those points? Otherwise, we spoke before the lunch about trying to zoom out of the proposals to think about the overarching theme. But also, the discussion was, EuroDIG is about being open, and it's, always open, always inclusive, never too late to get involved. So just because we had a deadline doesn't mean that we've stopped listening about new ideas and collecting new ideas and proposals. So please, if you have new ideas, things which haven't been mentioned, then please mention them. And so new proposals, but I would like that you think about, let's do a mixture between what could be the overarching theme, but also can you help us now with trying to crystallize the topic, the issue, how we could present it in the program as a plenary session, as a workshop, and also which organizations, which experts should be involved in that discussion. If we can start an early discussion on those things, we can really plan in good time, or we can get the right people involved from now onwards. We meet in Paris to discuss that in a bit more detail, but I would really appreciate your help with the few words that we need to capture people's imagination. I'm not going to go back to Google and publishers, but we need to think about how we could get people into the room, because many people are coming on their own budgets. The financing is limited, and so we really need to capture people's imagination. So I'd like to open the floor to discussions on those issues. Does anybody have any comments, any ideas about the sort of orientation? How the session should look like and who should be in that session? Silence. All the sessions. Last year was who sets the rules for the internet?
What do you think
yes.
we can focus? I don't know if it could be the high topic or the high theme of the, but after Dubai, what else or something like that? After the ITU meeting. Stay alert.
Paul, and then Wolf.
Well, we just had a discussion about exactly this topic outside, and I'm going to repeat what we just said. basically the topic of last year, who sets the rules for the internet, was an extremely well-chosen topic. And I was very disappointed that actually it did not spill down into all the different debates, or at least the main sessions, to be addressed, of course not as a main focus, because all those sessions have a specific focus. But it was a very important question and a very good title that was very visible also. It was printed on all posters, but it was not addressed in the main plenary sessions. And I think it would be very good to find a topic this year that is also going to be addressed in the different main topics. And well, concerning what could be a possible subject, I think it would be great if we would manage to find a how-to question. Why a how-to question? Because I think given the progress of the global IG debate, more and more expectations to have some solutions, some viable output, some operational input into the different processes, I think a how-to question would allow to point towards this direction. And one possible phrasing could be from principles to solutions, how to move forward, especially given that we have a lot of high-level principles now. At the IGF in Baku, it was decided to have a compendium of those high-level principles. But what is the operational outcome, and what is Europe's take on those operational outcomes?
Thank you very much. Wolf, and then remote. Wolf?
Well, actually, I was thinking in the same direction. I also think that the last year's overarching theme was extremely well chosen, and having something similar. I like your idea, Paul. My idea was partly reflecting the proposals and the concerns behind the proposals. Would be, on the one side, it's all about rights, internet users' rights versus restrictions. And where is the public interest? This, as a public interest, is in many debates I have followed, is always somewhere, but it's not really included. And compared to, with previous periods where we had public broadcasters, where we always had clear definitions on public spaces. And I think this discussion, in my perception, is partly lacking in the internet governance discourse. And therefore I think we have this, by the way, I'm also part in the ICANN community. I'm part of the at-large community. And sometimes together with representatives of the Governmental Advisory Committee, we are among the participants and stakeholders at ICANN, doing repeated reference to the public interest. And I think the public interest, in my perception, is a core value in the internet governance debate. And therefore, I was thinking about the debates we had over the last years, from the rights discussion we have on the level of the Council of Europe, who is a strong player and a strong supporter of the internet rights and principles debate. Then we have the restrictions lobbies, whether it's the IP industry, whether it's law enforcement, whether it's many powerful stakeholders from this side, and the question would be, where is the public interest? Internet rights versus restrictions, dash, where is the public interest? Question mark.
Or what is the European public interest, for that matter? Yeah, we'll put both for the meantime. We have a remote, and then we'll come to you after remote. Please, Elizabeth.
I have a comment from Anna Olmos that tells us that she agrees that the name should include a reference to the wicked discussion and upcoming global debates. I have also a comment from Oksana that thanks Wolf for his insistence to have General Assembly of Eurolaw, ALAC, ICANN in the line with the EuroDIG. Thank you.
From all these themes that we discussed, most, or not most, but many of them were around child protection, issues of youngsters, youth, human rights, development of democracy, and then it comes to public interest, as there were some other suggestions. So maybe the main focus would be through the teams or workshops or plenary sessions towards human rights. And I believe the title, the overarching theme should reflect in a way that. And from that, as we noticed, we can connect infrastructure and other things as a part of discussions through the human rights issues.
I have another comment from Vladimir that defends the public interest in the title, and he's telling that he's not in favor of wicked in the title. He prefers global IG trends, or like, not specifically wicked. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm actually I would also agree with Vlada there that I think mentioning it wicked specifically is probably not in the best interest. But I think that's also points to another issue, that just finding a question broad enough here that covers everything that we've talked about this morning in these proposals is very difficult. I think one of the really very high-level recurring themes we find is the different interests of different stakeholders. I mean, if it's something like protecting children online, obviously we can all get behind the idea that we don't want children in danger, but finding there are clearly different interests from different stakeholder groups in how you achieve that. And the same goes for issues of IPR, issues of critical internet resources. So maybe some sort of reference to balance, finding a balance, maybe finding a balance in the public interest, or to reflect the public interest. That's sort of just thinking out loud. I don't have anything concrete there, but that's an idea.
I have another comment from Anna Olmos that asked to make a clear reference to to clear the reference to the global IG struggle that the wickets highlighted.
Thank you, Anna. Pedro, you wanted to?
Yes, I've been looking to some documents from the Internet Society, and there is a theme that has been launched by Lynn Santamor recently. It's Internet as Innovation Engine. I don't like very much the engine, but innovation is something that I like. So it's some food for thought. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Any other comments? Yes, please.
If I was a journalist, and I had to put a title on what I would be writing of what I heard this morning, I'd go much in Wolf's line, just for slightly different, something like Internet user rights versus legal restrictions. So in a piece of information, you have to give your readers exactly what you are speaking about. But if I was an advertiser and I wanted to sell this product, I would say, don't think digital with an analogical head, or with analogical brains, or with analogical knowledge.
Could you please repeat your name, because I'm taking...
João. João, G-O-A-O.
João Carlos.
No, Carlos not. That's the other one.
And what was the title?
Internet users' rights, so it's a competition of what I suggested, versus legal restrictions. But
where stands the public interest?
Where is the public interest, or
where stands
the public interest?
The public interest,
okay.
Because maybe the public interest is not in one or other.
Okay.
Yes.
I was thinking, many of the... Yes, James, yes, Sergio Gomes da Silva. I was thinking it would be interesting to put this in a very positive way and centered in the people. So it's the thoughts I was having are probably not very original, but and also another dimension could be, well, this is EuroDIG, so it's European, but in a way, internet is global. So what's the contribution from Europe? So as probably we would need to work this idea, but empowering people, an European approach to internet, or to internet governance, something like that. Because many of the things we went through this morning are really related to empowering people. Media literacy, media and digital literacy, accessibility of people with disability, and this is really, people are the focus. And how can we put this in a positive way? Because often when we discuss internet, we always look to the threats, to the risks, but shouldn't we go ahead and now try to put it in a very positive way?
Yeah. Thank you. Any other comments? Or I mean, it's a good little session to zoom out and see where we think the major lines are. But I think we need to also go back also to the sessions now, to think about the plenary sessions that we want, the workshops we think we need to have, the flashes, for example, the smaller topics, and any other events. I mean, I'll kickstart, unless Wolf, but I would start by saying that I think it's inevitable that there's a session on Wicket, post-Wicket. So for me, that's a plenary. And that's plenary with important actors. So somebody from the ITU, somebody from perhaps the European Union, I don't know, somebody from certain member states who signed, for example, and other actors. So I mean, that's one. I have plenty others in my head, but I'll start with that. Wolf, do you want to come in?
Yes, just to underline or support what you have said. I'm very much in favor of having a plenary on Wicket, because there is a good proposal on the table. As we have seen this morning, there was a lot of support. There is a lot of know-how also in the community on this issue, and we have more or less a high relevance. If I remember well, Ali, you said 7 European countries have... I think it's 4 or 5. 4 or 5 have signed it. The vast majority, assumingly, will not sign. But there is a sort of attention inside Europe. So any importance for a Wicket plenary, but I would say not for the overarching issue, because it's a global issue, and it should be covered in a plenary, but not in the overarching theme.
Let me ask you, I mean, I've mentioned 1 or 2 actors. If that was a discussion in a plenary, who else should be involved in that discussion? Or at least in the organisation of it, the development, and then also physically present. Do you have any particular people, experts, organisations in mind which should be there?
In which plenary?
In a plenary on Wicket, post-Wicket. Yeah.
For sure, I can get from someone from ISOC because they have been there following very closely. So ISOC has several persons that can.
Okay. Any other comments? Yeah, Giacomo? Maybe.
My proposal is that, of course, if we talk about WIC, we need to have somebody illustrating the proposal of ETNO, unless that of ETNO.
Closer to that.
The proposal of ETNO was one of the main discussion topic there. Unless that we will have another session in which we will talk about the future generation network in Europe. That is, for me, another crucial topic to which is related to the proposal of ETNO, because raise the question, who will pay for it?
As a playground?
Yeah. I think, yes, especially if we have a very high-level presence of some important actors in this topic.
Can you make a proposal who?
Of course, there is European Union. Of course, there is European Parliament, and of course, there is some of the most important actors in the sector, like telecommunication operators, users, and ISP. So if we have this other session, in this case, we can skip the topic of ETNO within the week, because we'll mix different topics. If we don't have that other section and everything will have to be into a session on WIC, we cannot ignore the problems that were posed by ETNO with this proposal. That break down Europe, by the way.
Just a minute. Giacomo, may I ask a question? Can you see that we combine what you just suggested with the issue of net neutrality? What we had in the morning, it could be challenging to combine it.
But for me, net neutrality will be more, yes, is a transversal topic, but then there is also the IPR debate that is linked to it. So we need to find boundaries. If not, we will have the same discussion going on around the 2 or 3 plenaries and multi-workshops.
Let me ask let me try to call out to Vlada on remote in case he has a proposal to try to marry or distinguish these proposals. We have Luis and then we have Anders.
So I'd like to touch the 2 things we have been discussing. So first, regarding the wicked session, which I also agree should be a plenary. So I think these proposals of having ISOC and ETNO are very good. Also, the idea of having one of the member states who somehow already signed the agreement seems pretty good, and I think it can be useful. And besides, it makes sense to have the Portuguese delegate who actually coordinated the position of the large European site. So Manuel, who I think is here, yeah, from ANACOM, from the Portuguese regulator. Now, regarding the other proposal of Giacomo, let's think a little bit about that. It's certainly a very important issue, as innovation mentioned by Pedro is. But in this case, it's a very technical issue, in the sense that you cannot discuss who is going to pay for the next step in infrastructure if you don't discuss feasibility studies, economics, and business models. Otherwise, it's just a discussion that doesn't lead anywhere. I don't think EuroDIG is the right place to do that before there is a deep discussion from a technical point of view. So I'm not in favor of opening, and certainly not a plenary. It could be discussed as part of a parallel session. But even then, I think the issue might not be ripe for a discussion in such a broad audiences that we are having. But anyway, it's a feeling.
Thank you. Anders, please.
About the plenary on WICIT, I don't think it's only WICIT. It's also World Telecommunication Policy Forum in ITU next May, and that's part of this process going on. But taking part in a plenary, I think it should be, for instance, a European country that signed the international tele-regulation, like Russia or Ukraine. And also, of course, European countries that didn't sign, like Portugal, Sweden, and others. For instance, Ukraine, if you like the idea, I could test with them, as I'm involved with Ukraine in a twinning project on these issues, from Europe to Ukraine.
Thank you. Mm-hmm. Chris, and then remote.
In relation to a wicket plenary, given that it's going to be looking back at an event that's already taken place, I think we need to go into it with an awareness then of what the actual issues are that are coming up. I mean, when we talk about states that signed and states that didn't, are we talking, is this going to be a session that sort of focuses on the processes in the ITU? Is it to do with the fact that there was a vote called rather than consensus, or there seemed to be no consensus and it moved forward anyway? Or is it going to be more about the sort of references to security and spam that did appear in the ITRs in the end? Or is it going to be to do with the sort of resolution that was attached regarding promotion of the internet? So I think we sort of want to have, in constructing the panel, I guess, know where this discussion is going in terms of what issues are being addressed, rather than just talking about wicket as a sort of overall subject.
Any other comments? Oh, remote, and then we come to the man from Anacom.
Well, I have a comment from Vladimir that tells us to focus on topics and in a format and not in the panelists. I have also a suggestion from someone that is called CW that suggests. Okay, because I didn't. It's impossible for me to see all the names at the same time. He suggests that floor should be given to Wicked, to ECOSOC, and to Ethno, and also it's necessary to have a position from the Commission. Yeah. Thank you.
For Anacom, do you have a microphone? Got the microphone for, please.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon. Manuel from Anacom, and I've been participating in the wicket preparations and within the CEPT, the European Conference of Postal and Telecommunication Administrations. I also agree with Chris that the wicket outcome can be seen in several dimensions. Looking forward, what strikes me as important is to see the implications at the political level, how this will influence the debate in future events within ITU and other forums. I think this will be a decisive moment, and that will shape the discussions in different forums. In several occasions within ITU. Also, we can look at this, first of all, as I said, in a political level, at this political level, or we can try to go topic by topic, which were the breaking points, let's say. For me, there was, in my opinion, there were three dividing points. First of all was internet governance, for sure. Secondly, cybersecurity, and third point was spam. For me, this was the most important issues that were dividing the member states in Dubai. So maybe we can bring up some elements of this discussion. As I heard about Ethno proposal and the discussion, I think it was very important discussion in the follow-up to WICET. It is true that at a certain point, it was, let's say, a very controversial topic within Europe. But as the outcome of the wicket does not address itself that proposal, this sort of discussion, I don't think maybe that it is useful to take such discussion in a wicket point. Maybe in another forum and maybe in another session. Surely it is an important issue, but as an outcome of the wicket, maybe it's not the most appropriate. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. That's very useful. We have Chris again. You want to respond, but I'd like to. And who, sir?
Jean-Paul Maine.
Jean-Paul Maine. Okay, as well. Chris first.
I'll just be very quick. I just wanted to, I think, agree with Manuel that it doesn't make sense to talk about the issues raised in the ETNO proposal in a wicket session, and I think also to agree with Luis about that maybe this is not those sorts of issues about charging content producers and who pays for the infrastructure are maybe not ripe for a plenary discussion, but I do think I'd be wary of just sort of not bringing it into EuroDIG for fear that it's in the too hard basket. I think this is going to be a really considerable issue moving forward over the coming years, and that it's something that should be brought into this forum, even if only in a parallel session in a way that sort of can give people a bit of an introduction to the issues that are of concern here.
Jean-Paul, you wanted to speak?
As I feared to say something that was out of the box, and I'm too old to be out of the box, I read first in this booklet what it says. What is EuroDIG? You all know, so I won't quote it. But the last two words between brackets are civil society. You know, I'm a member of a very important platform in Portugal that groups civil societies associations, and you are going to meet today. And if I get there, we are 30 or 40 people, and say, you know, there's going to have to be a very important conference in Portugal about wickets. They will say, again, you are a full person. What's wicket? You have to explain us during a lot of time what's wicket. So it's not with us. It's with people that are not members of the civil society. Maybe they are members of governments. Maybe they are members of international organizations. Maybe they are business people. But it's not with us. So go ahead, speak to us on other things. So what I would like, if it's a plenary session, it's a session that will be probably covered from the media. Probably you have a message as members of this organization that you want Portuguese people to understand. We have to find something different than wicket to say what we want to say with wicket. I'm sorry.
It's a good point. It's not unlike the discussion regarding ACTA and the demonstrations in different parts of Europe. It was a direct response to something. And, you know, it was made simple, it was discussed, and ordinary people were on the streets demonstrating. So the message was conveyed. Wolf, you want to respond?
Yes. In principle, from a civil society point of view or perception, I agree to most of your arguments. But we had a surprising situation when we found out that a lot of members from civil society representatives, or partly technical community or partly academia, were included in governmental delegations. So on the European level, we have at least 5 people who are clearly representatives from the civil society who have been included in the German delegation, in the UK delegation, in the US delegation, etc., to participate at the WCAT, and followed the process in Dubai from a civil society perspective and perception. And I think this could be an interesting element in the debate as well. For a vast majority, I agree, it may be rather abstract, etc., but I think it was a key issue on the political agenda affecting European countries or involving European countries. And therefore, I see a sort of a must to consider it in the Lisbon program.
Okay, thank you. I want like that we move on to other topics now for the sessions, but I know we have remote, but then after that I'd like us to think about other things too, please. Thank you.
I have a comment from Nadine that tells us that she agrees with something similar as Wolf and João have said. Public interest, boundaries and restrictions. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much. Can we move on to other topics? Envisage the programme, plenaries, workshops, other sessions. We've mentioned them all this morning. What have you any comments on other sessions that you'd like to see crystallised? We've mentioned, journalism and media, and content questions and content distribution questions, for example. We've mentioned plenty of things. I have a proposal from John Carr, who's not in here, the room now, but regarding children, he proposes something on e-commerce and privacy, the implications for children and young people, in which the focus will be on children and young people's attitudes towards online privacy as they share across platforms and things, the FTC's decision and the processes, and Commissioner Reding's proposals for a new data protection framework at the EU level. So that's another proposal. I wonder, is that a plenary session, I wonder? Yes, you'd like to speak.
I am Barbara from Inaxo. Can you hear me? Yeah. Okay. Yes, the idea was to organize a plenary section, and the idea was also to include representatives from the industry, of course, and from the Commission, if possible, because they are in charge of the privacy regulations, and to have a debate on that. That was the original idea.
Thank you. Any comments on that?
Just that if it's going to be a plenary session, and perhaps I misunderstood, but if it's going to be focused solely on youth and children's attitudes to privacy, but I mean, this might be a slightly broader issue than that if it's going to be considered at plenary level. I mean, with obviously input regarding youth and children.
Yeah, I mean, it's a child protection issue, so our idea was to focus on that, but of course the implications are, so many. So, I mean, you're right in this sense.
Okay. European Commission?
Oh, sorry. Sorry, I'm just going to move away from the topic of child protection. I'm just wondering, we looked today at some issues, regulatory issues. Could we not envisage a session, more generally, the regulatory issues, look at the data protection? There was one workshop proposed more generally, zoom in, and then maybe tie in other legal. So I'm thinking of some kind of legal/regulatory session where we could envisage, I don't know, maybe a couple of workshops there.
Thank you very much. Any comments on that? Oh, then another thing. Thank you, Paul.
I think it might make sense to focus the freedom of expression bucket maybe on hate speech and defamation, and the interface between states, platforms, and users.
Okay. Okay, thank you. Any other proposals? Any other hot topics that you would like to share? What do you think about the cybercrime, cybersecurity discussion? I mean, are we in a position to help, colleagues, Tatiana and others, to really drill down into the issues that you want to discuss at this moment or not? There's media literacy we've touched upon quite a few times. Yes,
I would like to raise again the issue regarding cybersecurity. Okay? And, well, I have an idea, but something like that, the government surveillance, are users' information secure enough, something like that?
I'm wondering how it overlaps with privacy.
Is privacy and security is the same, two sides of the same coin?
Yeah, I was thinking that if we will have additional plenary on privacy Thanks a lot. I thought that maybe if we will have additional plenary on privacy, then it might fall into this plenary as well. So, but I made a note. Thank you. Yeah.
No, I just had a comment. If we're going to deal with cybersecurity, I think we need to move a bit forward from what has been said several times in the various IGFs, etc. So whatever we propose, let's not revisit old topics. If you want to zoom in on privacy or something like that, yes, but let's move.
I totally agree. That's what I was talking about, that we have to put old issues in the new context. Otherwise, we will be circling around the same subjects.
Yes, and about cybersecurity, and if the Commission comes up now, which I think they will do, with a proposal on a directive on cybersecurity, this will be a hot topic in Europe. How to, and if the European Parliament takes the decision according to the proposal that might come up in a few weeks on the table, then this will be a debate how to implement this in European member states. So this will be a tough and interesting topic to discuss.
You mean proposal on cyber attacks?
Yes, and to set up whatever this proposal might, but for instance having certs and a lot of other things that the member states of the European Union should do.
Yeah, that's what I was talking about, and that's what I put actually into my proposal, because lots of things are coming, like how to say, coming out now, and lots of bodies are dealing with this, and the question is how to implement all this and what are the new instruments. As you told, even the previous framework decision was not fully implemented in all European states to harmonize legislation, and EU already recognized this in 2008 into the implementation assessment report, and now the new the new documents. So we've got lots of things to discuss in this case.
Luis and then Sandra, please.
Yes, I think Sylvia has a very important point in the fact that probably we should think about security and privacy issues in a new way, in terms of bringing a new, fresh approach to this topic, because it comes over and over again throughout the years. And maybe a possibility would be to focus on privacy and security in mobile applications. That is a wealth of, and somehow it was never discussed on this setting, this sort of thing.
It might be a good topic for a workshop.
That would tie nicely with the proposals for mobile. And the fact that we to understand it better as it increases in penetration. Wolf, you wanted to? Sandra?
No, first Sandra. Thank you, Sandra speaking. Coming back to what Anders just said and reiterating what Michael Rothart, I took notes what he said in the morning, to look at security and cybersecurity as a multi-stakeholder model. And not as a top-down regulation, and the respective role of ENISA in this under the circumstances. He proposed a title, could be security as a multi-stakeholder model, ? And it goes also, or it was discussed in the morning in along with your proposal, or proposal 21 from Nominet. I must admit, I think this is personally my favorite for an European-wide discussion, which can be also be held on a national level, and then again on a EuroDIG level, and then to submit to the global IGF. But this is something we will discuss and decide later on. I just wanted to bring in the important points Michael Rothart mentioned today in the morning into this discussion.
Thank you very much, Sandra. Any other comments? I'm just kind of trying to push you towards. You want to speak, Wolf? Sorry.
Yeah. I would like to come back to the discussion of this morning, what we had about auxiliary copyrights. I think this is a new angle in the copyright debate, and I think it should be considered as a plenary, because we have multiple cases in European countries where this comes up. I'm waiting that until next summer it may bump up in Switzerland as well. So it will be on the political agenda, and I think it should be considered as a plenary, having representatives from the publishers included, and having representatives from Google included, and having representatives from civil society included. Because from a civil society perspective, it's a key issue of open access.
Well, thank you, Wolf. I would really appreciate a nice, catchy title for that session. So,
if you want to tackle this issue, you have a proposal from Pedro Veiga. It's IPR protection, content protection, something like that. But of course, don't include Google in the title of the workshop or plenary session, as you can imagine.
thank you very much. Does that cover the issue of media and content and journalism we've mentioned before? No? Connected television? I mean, I think that merits its own space too. It's a very, very hot topic in many circles.
This morning, I think that there was a very interesting proposal made by Paul. That was a title under which we can find a lot of related topics. That is, under which jurisdiction are EU internet users?
Mm-hmm.
I think that this is a very transversal problem, and a roof under which we can locate the various issues that at the moment seem separate, but we all come back to the same question. So I would like to have more that kind of discussion as a separate. James, yes?
I was thinking in two different fields. This about jurisdiction, I think this is a very important issue. But I was thinking if this couldn't be thought even in a bit higher level. In the morning, someone said or stressed this dimension of enforcing the law. And in a way, I think all these things are together because, well, if I would think or using an expression of some years ago, is there a law 2.0 or so? Do we need to put law in a different way as we put it until now? Do we have the right legal framework, but do we have also the right means to enforce this legal framework? And do we have the right safeguards? And in a way, this issue for me of jurisdiction being very, very important is also related to this of the safeguards, because this shoes of jurisdiction may be a way of stopping or limiting the freedom of expression. So maybe we could see this in a due process. Yes. So maybe we could put all these things together in a panel that would be something like the challenges to the rule of law. Do we have the right legal framework? Do we have the means to enforce this framework? And do we have the right safeguards? And then we could perspective this or analyze this in several different axes. IPR, we could have also the freedom of expression itself. So we could, starting by these questions, then thinking of this in several analytical axes. A different thing I was thinking about media and journalism it's also very important, and all these changes and internet. And I was thinking also, remember of some terminology of some years ago. Is it internet creative kind of creative destruction for the media? Because we see that many things are changing. How to think, how can this be the ground for new things? Is there a creative destruction of internet relating to the media? Well, thank you.
Very good proposal. Thank you very much. I think that's well, creativity and innovation is the key to many people's future. It seems like you see these words crop up again and again. So I think. Did we make it clear about net neutrality? Did we spoke about it this morning, but do you foresee it as a plenary session, as a big session, or does it form part of other sessions? Giacomo, EBU.
If we stick to what we suggested, not to have others related to the week, then I think that we need to discuss this matter into the net neutrality. Net neutrality, yeah. Okay.
I agree. It affects citizens a lot. And also it was mentioned in proposal from Pedro and Anacom about some countries having legal frameworks, and we will see more of this the next year. For instance, last week in Sweden we announced the legal rules for internet service providers on this, and that's basically that's in accordance with BEREC's positions that providers should inform clearly to the customer what is in what you get when you buy. So that's the obligation proposed now, and I think we'll see much more of this, and maybe other ways also to deal with this. So it's important for Europeans.
Thank you, Anders. I would like to pass to the Commission, but to say that I know there's been an open consultation on an open internet, which I guess the results will be out sometime soon or before June. And there's been a new law in the Netherlands on net neutrality. There's one coming through perhaps for Switzerland, I understand. So these things are coming through. I think this merits a very big discussion. European Commission.
Yeah, I just wanted to support all this discussion on net neutrality. I think we need a session. I think we need to use it also to create a story to bring to Indonesia, because we're very much at the forefront of a lot of developments on net neutrality. I think we've already, some countries are already legislating on things that other countries are just beginning to think about. So we need to use this momentum as Europeans to push. So I absolutely support something on that.
I just want to read out an email Vlada sent 1 hour ago, because it was just too much to put it in the chat room on the internet. I just read out what he said. The two net neutrality proposals 44 and 48 cover 2 aspects: regulatory models, levels. Some governments now have net neutrality in law, including Slovenia from recently. Is it too much? Did this threaten innovation and investments, as IPs were telling beforehand? Can it? Is a Norwegian model still enough? How to make sure there will be only appropriate network management, etc.? We could not repeat ourselves if we should not repeat ourselves if net neutrality is good or bad, and so on and so forth. And second, impacts on of possible net neutrality breaches on our user. If we cover this, we should not repeat ourselves to discuss the same old thing, but rather discuss possible future effects like Internet of Things, cloud service, and so on and so forth. Both are human rights aspect and can be covered with one session. I just think this is important because Vlada was always very much involved into the net neutrality discussions in the past.
And Vlada Radunovic is from the Diplo Foundation, just to be clear. Any other proposals, any comments? Okay, let's start with the gentleman over there first, Paul, if I may, and then you, please.
Okay, thank you very much. I believe that after WICIT, we need to look at all these issues in a completely different way. And maybe we are not doing this better. we are doing this in a very traditional way. After WICIT, what are we facing now? We are facing a situation that Professor Klein-Wachter names like a worldwide war. Are we going to face different, in the future, different internet? Does internet will stay a global medium? Are we going to have an European internet, an Arab internet, an African internet? Should we think all these problems in exactly the same way as we used to do? Are we going to work in a Pacific coexistence with Africa and Arab and Asia? Or are we going to face this Cold War? You mentioned cybersecurity. I do believe that cybersecurity was exactly one of the reasons why 2/3 of member states in ITU decide to sign the new ITRs. That was exactly the argument. So should we think about it? Don't you think that the post-WICIT is the main problem right now? I want to call your attention to Proposal 18. And it says exactly that European collaboration is of utmost importance and what has to be done. Do you have an answer for this? Should we ignore the situation, the new situation after WICIT? Should we keep discussing all these issues in the traditional way? I don't think so. We are facing a completely new situation. And it's not a technical issue. It's also a political, an economic, and cultural issue. Are we going, Europeans, to dispute the situation with the African countries, with Asian countries? Can't you find in the 47 members of the Council of Europe a few that have signed exactly the new ITRs? Don't you want to invite them to explain the situation and why they decide to do it? Don't we should have a completely different approach to all these problems? That's my question. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Very good point. There's been some very good points. Does anybody want to react to that? What we can do now is that now we've taken the temperature in the room, we could take. Sorry for the pun. Excuse me. If you zoom out a little bit, I have Pedro has given me a piece of paper regarding coming back to the overall title, because I think we're getting somewhere towards a title or something like that to focus the whole thing. Shall I read it? Or do you want to read it? Sorry, it was Luis. Sorry, oh, you gave it to me. I thought Luis has a proposal for a title.
So what I was trying to somehow synthesize several of the contributions that were heard around the table, and also trying to grasp what is common on all these apparently quite different issues. And well, it's not a finished proposal. It's something to provoke reaction. So it would be something like internet in the public interest or internet in the people interest, and then with the subtitle, global services in local jurisdictions or global services in fragmented jurisdictions. Because if we look at it, all the issues that we have been talking about have always to do with the fact that we have internet reaching out all the world, all the users, child, elderly, specialized people, and the fact that the ways of doing it are diverse and controlled in a fragmented way on different jurisdictions. So if we look closely, That's at the root of what we have been discussing almost for all issues. And the people interest, I'm thinking of people, I don't know if this is the correct way for an English native. I think of people as I hear in American courts, with the people, against someone. So, but maybe public would be more appropriate. I'm not sure about
Luis,
that.
could you please repeat it so that I can
So,
take note of it?
Internet in the public interest, global, and then subtitle, global services in local jurisdictions. And then there is, well, a possibility would be to replace public by people and to replace local by fragmented. But somehow it's to capture.
Thank you very much. To respond, please, and then to Paul.
Human rights on internet, or internet human rights, dash, balance of rights and restrictions.
Okay. Paul, please. Thank you.
I would like to add. I would like to add something to Lu's proposal. Public interest is an important wording, but especially after Wicked, and we spent a lot of time now discussing only about one plenary on Wicked, so we see how much tension there is and the fragmentation of basically the global network. What about having something, or rephrasing public interest into something like a common internet?
Mm-hmm.
To have this notion that the internet is a common infrastructure that transcends the different jurisdictions.
Thank you very much. Giacomo, over you.
For me, the notion of public interest is very important to keep. It's the only common point under which we can have a reference. Even I can discover the public interest after 20 years. So we need to build on this achievement.
Thank you. Remote participation.
I have a comment from Oksana that supports the intervention of Professor Luís Magalhães. And I have also a suggestion from Christopher Wilkinson that suggests internet in the public interest, global services in the heterogeneous jurisdiction. Thank you.
Could you repeat that? Sorry.
It's on the screen already.
Oh, okay, sorry. Excuse me. Just put my glasses on. Okay. We're coming up to. We're going to come up to the last hour. It's now basically 4 o'clock. We have roughly an hour left together. I would like to. Well, before we get to that, I'd like. Sorry. Oh, sorry. Just one thing I would mention is that we haven't really spoken much about internet freedom. What does that mean? And we're doing some work in the Council of Europe on internet freedom. We have a ministerial conference in which we're looking at, the ministers of media and information society talking about internet freedom and what that means. Freedom of expression on the internet is one thing, but internet freedom is broader and deeper. Protecting internet intermediaries, an open internet, etc. These sort of things. And so we're going to discuss that and explore that. I don't know whether that merits discussion in the EuroDIG, for example, but it's something to bear in mind. And we've also been discussing this more on the rights of internet users. I think a topic which has not been mentioned is about, well, it's linked to privacy, but it's about anonymity. Not anonymity from a privacy point of view, but anonymity from a freedom of expression point of view. The principle of anonymity is enshrined in Council of Europe standards, for example. I link that to reputation and identity as well, because people are going online. They're going online for life now, lifelong learning, lifelong logging rather. People are going towards, particularly young people. The duality of being offline and online has been blurred. People are just there. It's their lives now, and that's the way it is. And their reputation is following them around, for example, and their identity is following them around. And that means it links to their privacy, but it links to their freedom of expression. Are they going to be more free online or less free? And the whole thing about this is about people now. It's about public interest, it's about people. and how they live their lives, how they communicate, etc. And it's really a sustainable approach to having people who have a confidence and a trust in the internet. Because if I feel that I'm being tracked and monitored and have surveillance and interception of my data, for commercial reasons, if it's aggregated, if it's considered to be anonymous and not personal identifiable data, for example, to promote services to me, for example, there are all these questions. And I don't think personally, when you think about mobile applications and you look at privacy policies and you don't allow them to sync with your contacts on your phone, etc., I don't necessarily think that it's easy for a user to take control of his or her identity, to protect and manage the privacy, to protect and manage the person's identity, their anonymity, their pseudonymity, and these sorts of matters. So I just put that out there from a freedom of expression, internet freedom point of view, particularly when you look at people and people's behavioral patterns on the internet. It's something which, is very, very important in the rights of internet users discussion as well. Any comments? Wolf, if you'd like to.
Yeah, question first. Did you suggest this now for the overarching theme or for a session?
I just put it there because it's something which is coming through more and more in what I'm doing.
Okay, because in my perception, this freedom was already included in the rights debate. Because freedom without having subsequent rights is nice to have, but does not really empower people. And therefore, I was focusing on the rights aspects, what is much more empowering than an abstract definition of you have whatever freedom as long as you don't walk into my front garden, do what you want. So freedom is an inclusive part of my understanding of basic rights in the information society.
Thank you. Any comments on that? Sorry?
This one.
Oh, yeah, sorry, excuse me. Do you have a microphone or would you want to come there? Maybe you could tell us your name, please.
Basically, my name is Minda. I come from the Internet Rights and Principles Coalition. And basically what I would like to say is that I would like to see it more centered in the people and us Europeans, as is a European conference. So I would probably be more direct and probably go for questions that kind of connect people with these kind of issues. And as a European citizen, I would probably like to know how are the user rights enforced and protected in the digital age, for instance, or what can Europe do to help empowering people in the digital age, so internet, social networking, all these kind of issues. And I think this relates with all the issues that you have been talking about, and it's about internet rights, it's about principles, it's about empowering people, accessibility, data protection, security, crime, cyberspace. So I don't know, I think we are kind of discussing in a way that it looks like us and the people, in public interest, things are a little bit abstract, I think, as a European, and if you want to bring people to our discussion, we have to approach them a little bit more clearly.
Thank you very much. Yes, Anders, please.
I agree with you, Lee, that this internet freedom is very important. But I also think we have it in quite many, at least in a handful of proposals, yellow ones. And in the yellow ones, we have many proposals on different kinds. And most European countries, to maybe everyone, agree with the basic concept about internet freedom, for freedom of expression, freedom of information. But in practice, it differs a lot from for instance, some Eastern countries have quite repressive ways of dealing with this. So it's important. And I can also mention that in May this year, Stockholm Internet Freedom Conference is arranged again, and the subtitle this year is Internet Freedom for Global Development. And this internet freedom is basic for developing and deepen democracy and economic growth development. So this is a conference in around 23rd of May.
We're in the last hour now, and I'd like to. I think we've exhausted quite a bit the discussions on the possible themes. I think we leave it there for the meantime. We've got ideas for titles, different competing titles. I think we need to come to Paris next with an outline or a proposed first draft proposed outline of the sort of sessions which could be there, maybe 1 or 2 or 3 different proposed titles, overarching titles, and then to take that discussion forward, and then to try to secure, perhaps in the month of, when is it, in March, perhaps to finish that and to stabilize the program, and then to start moving towards sessions and actually working on sessions. That's the next steps. I'd like to now pass, if that's okay with you, I'd like to pass now to the process. This is more of a general. This is about the process of improving the dialogue in EuroDIG. Improving the dialogue in EuroDIG, looking at the format and the speakers and the moderators and these sorts of things, including national IGFs and other target groups like parliamentarians and business and these sorts of actors who don't always are also prominent in the discussions in EuroDIG. EuroDIG is not just a civil society discussion either. It's all the stakeholder groups. And I'd like to just to mention that, we try to be innovative and creative every year. We try to change the way the dialogue happens. We try to be ahead of the curve and try to make it point-to-point discussions, not like this, but, we really get the issue and we get 2 people who actually make a meeting point and actually connect on the issue and try to resolve it. And sometimes I think we've had discussion like that, but not like that. And I would really like to see better moderation, stronger moderation, the right panelists to get from there to there. So that's what we talked about a lot in Frankfurt in the previous time we met, some of us. So I'd like to ask you to think more broadly about the creativity and innovation of EuroDIG in 2013. How can we make it better, a different dialogue, a stronger dialogue? How can we make it European and move it forward to the global, to put that to the global IGF in Bali, for example? I'd like your ideas about that. Wolf, please.
Sorry, Lee, before we continue with the format discussion and moderators, etc., I would like to ask a question. Also a question of procedure. Last year in Stockholm at the planning meeting in January, we came up the very day with fixing the overarching theme. And I don't know now, or I'm a bit confused by what procedure you think we will finally agree on the overarching issue from the proposal which are now on the screen. Who will decide about it? Shouldn't we do it today? So I think we should clarify now before we go over to the format discussion.
Just to underline, I also think for the process of promoting EuroDIG, it would be better to have the overarching team agreed by today, because now we have the dynamic in the room, and I think we cannot carry the dynamic through the website to Paris. I'm uncertain about this.
Okay, thank you. Anybody want to comment on that? We've had several proposals. Should we force people to agree upon a title now, or something of a similar to a title? I don't know whether we're going to be efficient enough to do that. I asked the question. Any comments?
Just ask.
I suggest to leave it until the end of next month, and decide on. If it's not too late, I don't know.
Just one intervention. We will have other participants starting the discussion from the scratch then, because we will not be the same as we are today. And I'm not sure if it will be procedure-wise a good thing not to agree on this today.
vote on wolf internet rights versus restrictions. Where is the public interest? I think it's,
Speak up.
I vote for the internet rights and restrictions from wolf. Where is the public interest? I think it's a good
A title is an act of creation. There are not such a thing as collective creation. There are things like giving ideas for someone to decide what's the best title that fits for, in this case, a conference. I'm sure that with all the information that there is, after a good night's sleep, someone will discover what is the good title, and no one around this table could not say that it did not contribute for it.
Okay, this would be a sort of clarification. If the temperature in the room agrees, saying, okay, we have a variety of proposals, it was inclusive until this moment, now we leave it up to the core team to make a final decision, to the organizers to come up with this is a mandate from your side, which gives a court team the opportunity. But until last year, it was more or less in the authority of all the participants from the first planning meeting to co-decide on this. So.
But what if you, I really don't know what would be, you better know about this organizational and practical issues. But if you place it on internet as suggestions and say no, no voting, no, but just say no more proposals and core team will decide about that and inform the rest of community in Paris. That's.
Louis, please. Thank you very much. Louis, please.
Well, I somehow was feeling pretty much the same of what Carlos has said. And I was kind of thinking the following. So we have there some food for thought for finding out a good title. But there are too many choices. And maybe we can still use the brains of the people around the table to shorten the list by the following procedure. So we had one person around the table who picked up one of them, and we could ask everybody to look at all of them and to pick up the ones to see if we come with a narrow list, and then we should, I think, leave to a core team to decide the final solution. But it probably helps to reduce that to a smaller number now that we have several on the table.
It's Sandra speaking. What I see, and I just try to make this clear in the outline on the screen, I see there are various proposals on the same issues, which goes into the direction of the public interest, balance of rights and restrictions. So public interest is the most used or most proposed word, so maybe we can agree to think about into this direction. And maybe we can even find a, let's say, sexy title for for EuroDIG.
I was thinking, although I think it's not in the screen, one of the ideas that was very much supported was this of the empowering people. I think many of the interventions got to this, so maybe we could think of this. And just in a slightly different perspective, does the title of EuroDIG needs to be very sobrious, if I can say this way? Could we make some kind of quibble, or because it's not a proposal or a suggestion, but maybe something in the line of empowering people in a global interest net, because a quibble like this or something like that could, in a way, we could try to pick it in a more imaginative way, because if we just say these very boring things, maybe we won't catch the attention.
Okay. People. You want to? Okay, please. Luis, could you?
Thank you. That was my point exactly. I think you're completely right. I think that the themes are there, and I think the questions are very important, but I think it just needs to be a little bit more straightforward, probably not so serious, and empowering people, I think, is a very, very important issue, and I think that's what the Europeans want to know. What are we doing exactly to empower people in the digital age? What are we doing? What are we going to deal with all these issues that concern everyone?
Thank you. Hang on, we have somebody on remote who wants to speak, please.
I have a suggestion from Christopher Wilkinson, telling that it's necessary to decide today, because it's necessary a team for the next phase of promotion of the EuroDIG. I have also a suggestion from Bernard that is telling to make a voting process online.
No.
No. And I have also a suggestion from Oksana that made the following suggestion: binding international agreements, how to avoid overpower, and how to ensure minimal standards.
Too long.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Wolf, you wanted to come in?
I want to come back to your remark about empowering factors and elements, because this is also regarding the majority of the proposals in the yellow color. This is out of the 55, it seems to be a broad concern from the submitters, and it was also a broad concern from this community. To come up with something very short and precise, because sometimes having a long title which has technical implications in it may be rather abstract. What about Internet ? Power to the people?
Or the other way around, Internet dash power to the people ?
Or the other way around. Make it short and sexy.
We don't have much space on the flyer.
Yeah. Would it be in your sense? You like it?
I don't like it. But
So
I will not vote against. You will learn all why it's not. Sorry?
Tell us why it's not.
It's too long. Either you understand it immediately.
Power to the people.
I will take all the arguments that's made. It's too much political. It's too much.
So what's
That's what I thought. That
around the world, it's much.
We have a remote. Sorry, can we accept the remote if that's okay? Remote, please.
Yes. Nadine is supporting empowerment, and Bernard is calling attention for public interest. That is the most underlying expression in here. Thank you.
I know that is my suggestion, but after all, that's why I support it. I strongly believe that human rights is an issue that nobody would complain about, and that exactly what is it's opposite to the power feeling, I mean, that it produced. So maybe we should go with something in that line of human rights on internet / something.
Yeah. I personally and tentatively could agree to us, but Sandra just made me aware. We also have the technical community, which is a strong part of the feeling attracted. I'm also part of the human rights community, the Principle Coalition. etc. Therefore, I'm strongly in favor, but my reservation would be whether it would be good, Pedro, for ISOC people, if you come up with a human rights term in the title, whether they do not feel excluded in some way.
Well, then just, excuse me, on the line, then just let's omit human rights, but just internet dash balance of rights and restrictions.
Paul first, then remote. Thank you.
As I mentioned before, I think it would be good if there would be a how-to question to really show that the EuroDIG is capable of producing operational input into national governance debates, into international governance debates towards the IGF, and so on and so forth, because choosing this title now is also kind of an input for the IGF debate that is going to take place in Paris. So I think it would be great if there would be some way to mix the key phrases that we have up there, public interest, rights, and so on and so forth, and a how-to question.
You mean literally to mention it, how to?
How to
incorporate those two words in a title.
Yeah, and the subtitle should, I think it would be great, because then it would also be easier, because to create this coherence between the title and the different workshops, because a how-to question is an operational question.
How to balance rights and restrictions.
For instance, this is something that is relevant, for instance, for all different buckets.
You two first?
No, remote is first.
Okay, remote first,
Okay.
and then over here next, please.
I have a suggestion from Guillaume that is telling me the following: empowering people in a global interest net. Thank you.
European Commission, the lady here from the IRP.
I really would suggest we move away from the human rights, because I think it's misleading about what we're going to do. I personally quite like the how-to idea. There was somebody who mentioned earlier the word balance. If we could find something that substitutes restrictions with something nicer than restrictions, yeah, I'll come back to you. But yeah, something like that.
But it's exactly the restrictions.
I also agree with the idea of a question, so I would go to the O2. But okay, so if you don't want human rights, you can always talk about user rights. And I was thinking that empowering people would be an important, the empowerment would be an important thing to have, and is powerful and is positive. So I think it would make sense, something like user rights and how to empower people in a digital age or the internet or something like that could be something interesting.
Thank you very much. And the lady over there, please.
It's very similar. How to use internet to empower people. That was how to use the internet.
I think the boys captured these words that Sylvia also mentioned, and you said how to balance rights and restrictions. I think that's a good one.
I was searching for another word that I suggested to her, obligation, maybe in that sense something, but just not to be too
More positive, yeah.
Yeah. It's not that strict.
Okay, thank you. I don't have. I mean, I say where it's going, and I personally, for me, it's quite clear that it's a how-to. A how-to has to. I think how-to has been agreed, if you like. How-to something. We've got the words empowerment and rights in there somewhere, and the public interest. And I think that's. I can't give you a miraculous title, which is really. I can't think of something now, but I can certainly get something very, very soon. I don't know whether we can decide upon it now, but if we can agree upon that ballpark, Wolf, then I think that's where we're going with the title. I think that will be enough for me, personally, unless you want to go further. Wolf, if that's okay? How to, let's put the key words there. How to public interest, rights and balance. And then leave that to us to try to come up with a title on that basis that we speak about in Paris. Okay? How to, public interest, rights, and balance, and empowerment. And okay, and then we have Louis, and then we have remote.
So
it's a cloud of keywords, John. We will, we'll try to. Louis.
Yeah, your cloud is pretty good, except that I have mixed feelings about the balance thing. Okay. On the title, balance makes our meeting to get a little bit complex, to be a preamble. What are you doing? We are balancing things. So well.
Okay. Thank you very much. Remote, and then remote, and then GMCS, please.
I have another suggestion. Internet, how to avoid the new Cold War. Thank you.
That's provocative.
Who said that? Philippe, okay.
This is Wolfgang Kleinwächter quote.
Paul, please.
Well, maybe going into this direction of, I don't like it calling the new Cold War, but this normative division over what the internet is. I think it's important to perceive the internet as a common infrastructure, a global commons. So maybe something like internet in the public interest, how to govern the internet commons. The internet commons.
How to govern the internet commons.
Internet in the public interest, how to govern the internet commons.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
How to govern commons. Well, very simple. Internet in the public interest, how to govern commons.
Okay. Right. Okay, we have half an hour left. And I think, personally speaking, I think that's enough. I think we've got all the words, maybe not in the right order, but I think that will be enough, and I'm sure we can come up with something which is you all like, and I hope you can agree with that. Let's spend the last half an hour together talking about the things I mentioned before, the format, the speakers, moderators, national IGFs, improving the dialogue, trying to connect people much more close, having a better dialogue, more creative, more innovative, doing a better job than last year in Stockholm, which will be a struggle, but we all tried, because it was very good last time. I'm going to open the floor to ideas. I think one of the key things is that people, particular experts, people who are really important to have in the discussion, we need to contact them early. Otherwise, they'll be booked up, and it's very important that we try to identify those now, so that we can have a head start, an early start. So, if you've got proposals for experts, organisations, local, national, international, European, then please say so now. I open the floor.
Please just allow me an introductory remark, what I made already for the first planning meeting of the core team, somehow starting with a brief evaluation of Stockholm. Stockholm, we had excellent sessions. We progressed compared to Belgrade before. There was still one disturbing element, because for the planning of EuroDIG sessions, we have a sort of session principles you can find on the website. And the session principles, one of the session principles is that composition of panelists should be balanced more or less, etc. The problem was, whenever we had a panel with more than 4 people, it became a problem. Because a 5th, a 6th and a 7th person does not offer more interaction, more expertise. Panels with more than 4 people are simply overloaded and counterproductive. Please believe me, I observe it from the beginning. It's getting pain in the ass for the audience, because you never can ask a key speaker to concentrate on 3 minutes. Huh? So you have to provide the minimum 5 minutes, and they are unsatisfied even with 5 minutes. So you have 1 hour expert round talking and babbling, sometimes even with high substance. But it's not EuroDIG-like. The key word at EuroDIG is dialogue. And therefore, for any session planning for Lisbon, I would like to set the upper limit of the number of 4 for panelists or introductors, and then open up the floor immediately for the audience to have an interactive session. We tested this in Stockholm repeatedly, and when we tried to do it that way, these were the highlights of the plenaries we had in Stockholm. They were exciting, they were 100% inclusive, and they were excellent. Whenever we had a few plenaries with more than 4 people, it didn't work. So it would be a key element I would like to suggest respecting for the session planning in Lisbon, having exciting speakers, even composition of controversial speakers, provocative from the very beginning, is much better to get than getting a balance in.
Okay. Thank you, Wolf. Any comments, any proposals regarding the format, the speakers, etc.? John, please.
Just to say, I very strongly agree with the comments that have just been made. The truth is, of course, you can never escape this completely, but platforms are constructed as much for political reasons as they are, well, overwhelmingly, it seems to me, for political reasons, because you can't offend somebody, or you've got to have them. If you have them, you've got to have them. And it ruins it. It's great for the politics of the EuroDIG, but it's terrible for the people in the room. And it's a practical question that comes up always, and if we can do anything to solve that, that would be great. My specific proposal in relation to speakers, I don't know about budgets or how this would happen, but it would be extremely good if we could get somebody from the Federal Trade Commission in Washington, D.C. to come over specifically to discuss the 2-year-long review which they conducted of the operation of the Child Online Privacy Protection Act, and why they appeared to take absolutely no notice whatsoever of any representations made by anybody outside of the United States of America, even though the decisions which they took had global implications. So if it's possible, I think it would be great and it would be extremely interesting to have somebody from the FTC to come over and explain how they took it. Because, by the way, they spoke all of the time. If you read the final report, it was all focused around privacy questions, and not just the rights of children but the rights of adults and how to balance it. So I think it would be an extremely interesting thing to do, and somebody from Commissioner Reding's office to discuss their thinking around children and young people and the internet.
Thank you very much, John. I would add that it would be very good to have some local speakers. I already see some in the room which could be good local speakers, and you know, it's very important that we also reflect where we are, which country we're in. You know, there's a lot of talent, a lot of expertise here. I would really like to see that come through. So I'll make a call out to the local, to the Portuguese friends and colleagues in the room. You know, tapping into your networks and the themes we've discussed be great, both from a civil society, business point of view, and from the governmental point of view. I'd really appreciate, you know, thinking about who could be involved. I think you wanted to come in. Did you want to, please?
Just to say that I'm prepared to contribute at least with 3 possibilities. So when the time comes, and after having consulted them, and one at least from Europe, I will tell to the Portuguese, to the organization, who they are, but mostly on this media literacy, question, on this journalistic act, what it is or should be, or how we should see it in the internet, and finally on the questions of the public interest and how we should perceive the public interest when we are speaking about the media and the media in this platform.
Okay, thank you. Yes.
Well, very, very short. I heard mentioning someone from the Commission, from local authorities, from the US, and of course from the Council of Europe, because and we could have eventually two possibilities. One eventually from the youth sector, or even from at the higher level due to the production of the Council of Europe in what regards conventions and so on in all these areas. I think it could be interesting to make sure they are involved in the process.
Thank you. Yes, Tatiana?
I've got a suggestion to invite to get involved, if possible, EuroDIG, UN Division for Drug and Crime, who has now mandate to deal with cybercrime legislation, because they are taking all this mandate and many activities, and I believe that what they will be doing in the next 1 or 2 years can significantly affect Europe and Council of Europe countries. So they might change the whole picture in the world of who is dealing with cybercrime and how.
Okay, thank you very much. I want to bring in yes, you want to?
Just to suggest a name, Christina Pont, Anna over there knows her too, and they've been involved in the projects with her, You Kids Online, and she's Portuguese and could be a very good person. Christina Pont, yes.
Christina Pont.
Christina Pont. Christina Pont? Okay, thank you very much. I want to bring in a colleague of mine from the North South Centre, Emilia, because I don't know whether you have proposals from from the North South Centre. I mean, we're also in an area where we work with countries in the in the Sub-Sahara region, North African countries. Do you have any ideas there regarding events that you might be organising, or at the same time, or just ideas for experts and speakers?
In fact, we have some ideas, because the North-South Centre, we used to organize several events, and our methodology is to try to have the several levels of the society. So we have a unique way to work called quadrilogue. It means that for all of our events, we try to bring representatives from governments, from parliaments, local and regional authorities, and civil society. So in that point, I'm joining a Wolf idea to have 4 panelists with the several levels of the society. And at the same time, to create a certain dynamic in the room, we can invite respondents in the audience. So with some moderators, we can link the panelists and the audience. In fact, because we are implementing several activities with Africa, we are working with youth, education and intercultural dialogue. So we have a good network on these fields. And it joined the idea of obligations, rights, but also the balance between the several levels of the society. We have good connections too with the services of the Assembly because of our events, even the mayor of the city or the president. So we can try to bring some VIPs or some attention to the event. That's why I think it's important to have a title quite urgently, because if we want to promote and to disseminate the event, we need to have a good title, because otherwise, nobody will know exactly what we are trying to do with EuroDIG. We need a good program with good ideas, and that's why I'm joining the idea of this morning about the reinforcement, the idea of reinforcement, rule of law, and medias, because we need also to bring the attention of medias. In Portugal, it's quite important, I think. And in fact, we can try to have a format, an inclusive format and dynamic format. If we have the 4 levels, the quadrilogue, so we can bring the attention to the governments at several levels, parliamentarians, because they decide laws and a lot of different things. Civil society through non-governmental organizations, thank you, and also youth. It's an important part of the debate. Youth is a big user of internet, Twitter, Facebook, for debates. We saw that at the Council of Europe with the neighborhood policy. It's what happened on the southern region of the Mediterranean. So it's a powerful instrument, and I think it's important to bring that to the debate. Of course, the North-South Center is available to help you and to give connections and networks. It's what we do. We facilitate contacts. So I already sent information to the parliamentarians, to the cabinet of the president, and to the mayor of the city, so to try to bring some attention. But of course, we need the title and a program, I think. So.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Amelia. Just to be very clear, in terms of, just so you know, I mean, there will be letters, invitation letters, general ones, circular ones sent from the Portuguese ministry responsible to other ministries, and I guess to other countries, ministers, peer ministers. The Council of Europe will send letters to the Ministries of Foreign Affairs as part of its own network. So there'll be a lot of invitations to governments to take part. So just so you know that there are different ways to outreach to different government, different member states in the Council of Europe. We have someone from on remote, and then Chris, please.
Suggestion from Ricardo. I don't know the surname. Internet, how to dialogue it through.
Internet, how to?
It through. I have another suggestion from Oksana. Internet without borders. Thank you.
Thank you, Chris.
Thank you. I guess building on, and this is going back to Wolf's original point about striving for balance, but also restricting panels to 4. I think there's a real sort of tension there, and I think it's very useful to have. I think quadrilogue was but I think in terms of internet governance, there are actually a lot of other stakeholders as well that need to be included, and I think the priority, Wolf is correct in identifying the priority as having a smaller panel which really does allow and facilitate dialogue, but I think the trade-off there is not being too dogmatic maybe about balance in certain areas, making sure that the people who are on the panel are the ones from the appropriate stakeholder groups who are going to move the conversation forward. So I think that's something to consider just in preparing.
I just want to add that we also need to ensure that we have a national IGFs in 4 internet governance initiatives. Yeah. And there are, say, 15, maybe more now, 16, 17, across the, the Council of Europe membership at least. And we're in touch with many or most of them, and they should, or that we really hope they're going to come along. We have to, there's a question of financing, and if they don't have the financing, because some of them are civil society. But, that's very, very important to bring in and to make sure that, throughout the sessions, that they're present and they contribute. So we put a marker there regarding the importance of national IGFs. That's one of the unique features of it. Being able to bring all these national discussions and see what's common and what's different. Any other comments? Yes, sorry.
Thank you. It's okay. I see the European Youth Forum logo involved in the process. I don't know what exactly their role will be, but knowing what I know from them, it wouldn't surprise me if they wouldn't be suggesting a youth event, some kind looking like a youth event parallel to the whole major event. And another thing, apart from that, and it would be interesting to challenge them to do so, I don't know exactly what the working methods will be, but from my experience, another contribution from the European Youth Forum could be, for instance, give access to their trainers' database. Because should our goal be to get ideas from workshops, they have a very good set of people who have the from what I know, the most appropriate methods to have big groups coming to very fast and concrete proposals. So I would strongly advise the European Youth Forum to be involved in this process as co-organizers, not only giving the stamp. Moreover, because from what I am seeing from the whole process, and I'm sorry from some of the mistakes, after all I'm a newcomer, but my guess is that youth should be one of the target groups of the whole event. Therefore, youth should be given the floor. Through the European Youth Forum, through other stakeholders, through other people, well, you just name it, and we can eventually go through that again. But I guess the European Youth Forum could be the most appropriate partner for this issue. Thank you.
Thank you, and they actually are very much involved. I mean, in the previous years, I'm in touch with them. I spoke to them only a week, 10 days ago. They've noted the dates, they're now mobilizing. They normally have a new media summer school, which is they have a pre-event, and they prepare themselves, and they come into the events. We've had strong youth participation in previous EuroDIGs. We had the Nordic youth delegation. You know, we really do make a big effort, you're right, and we must do that this time around, and they must be very present. We have done that. So, Sandra, please. And then
just in direct reply on your question, I have to underline what Lee just said. European Youth Forum is currently applying for funds to organize the new media summer school in conjunction with EuroDIG. And we are also discussing of giving them full responsibility for one plenary, not only workshop, but a plenary, so that they get the full attention in EuroDIG. And they will play a big role in terms of social media, remote participation, because they have different channels as we are using, like Twitter, or they are responsible for Twitter in the past, and they will be again. So we are in close cooperation with them, and it is also our aim, and we had some efforts in this regard already with Anna Neves, that the European Youth Forum includes Portuguese youth organizations into their processes, so that the Portuguese youth has an advantage and can take advantage from EuroDIG as well. If you have any ideas how to do it, how to improve it even, which organization to include, please send it to the EuroDIG Secretariat or to our host, and they will forward it to us. We are very open in getting more contacts to the Portuguese youth as well.
Thank you very much, Joa. And then remote, please.
So this is just a remark asking the organization to keep it in mind, to bear it in mind, if any time during the preparation of the conference it can be of any good. And it comes from the idea that if you have chosen this photo as the place of the conference, which is the most multicultural place in the world for many centuries, it's this place, it's what this means, it's the most multicultural place in the world, I would say, and multilinguistic place in the world. I am prepared through the Portuguese Publicists Association to bring people, someone, because this either from Portuguese-speaking countries, either from China, either from India, because this year we are organizing 3 seminars, one in China in May, another one in Brazil in August, and another one in India, in Goa, in November. And all these 3 seminars are being organized because of internet. So if it can be of any use, we could try to find someone to come from any of these fronts in which we are involved.
Thank you very much. That's very kind of you, and I think it'd be great to have somebody from one of those countries. It's not just about Europeans. It's about speaking with everybody, but with a European, hat on. Remote participation, Elizabeth.
I have a question from Oksana that is asking, how we can use EuroDIG achievements to learn from its experience, and how national IGFs can enrich EuroDIG. I have also a comment from someone that is anonymous, that is asking how to conciliate the commons and the corporate and private interests. This seems to be the major problem of IGF.
Could you just repeat that?
How to conciliate the commons and the corporate and private interests. I have also another comment from Oksana. EuroDIG experts networks, how can we use their skills?
Maybe I answer on this more or less directly. One point of our agenda is how to include the national IGFs, and Oksana brings it to our attention. We will definitely have some sort of pre-event, or even better, included in the main agenda a presentation or a roundtable of national IGFs. This is something which we started in the past, in last year, and which will be definitely on the agenda again. Moreover, we don't want to concentrate only on the EuroDIG as an event, but also on the EuroDIG or on the internet governance process. And I mentioned it many times already today that we were seeking for an issue where we can ask national IGFs to discuss this issue. And so far, with some informal talks I had with representatives of national IGF, I have collected the following issues, which could be an issue to discuss on a national level and then to be submitted to a European and later on to the global IGF. One issue could be the WICET agenda to state a national view. There might be also countries like Russia who will sign the RTAs. And another topic could be the cybersecurity issue and the role of ENISA, cybersecurity as a multi-stakeholder model. We could also ask national IGFs to adopt EuroDIG's overarching theme, but I'm not sure if this goes too far and it's too much top-down. And I want to ask you, present in the room, if you have other ideas which could be discussed on a national level, then on a European level, and then submitted as a sort of European voice to the global IGF. Before I give you the floor, I'd like to draw your attention to the table on the screen. So far, we have around 15 national IGFs in Europe. I am at the moment collecting the dates where those initiatives, when those initiatives are taking place. So far, we have for sure the Finnish IGF, and the Russian IGF is taking place on the 25th of April. We have Germany for sure, which is taking place on the 3rd of June. We have the Spanish IGF most likely taking place in May, on the 17th of May. And we have the Swedish the Swedish Internet Forum on 22nd and 23rd of May. So these are the events prior to EuroDIG. Other events might, no, there's another one, the Netherlands. They will have theirs in June as well, but the date are not fixed yet. Also, those who are having their conferences or their debates after the EuroDIG, they should be still included into the discussion. So I would like to ask you and also the remote participants, which could be the issue to ask them to discuss on a national level, and how to include them in the best practice process-wise.
Thank you. We've got 5 minutes for them to decide on. But we've got a lot of issues which you've already put on the table. I think we can share that with them, and if people have comments now. But we are going towards. We have 15 minutes left, really, 15, 20 minutes left.
Yeah, but this is important.
Okay, it's very important that we interact with it. You know, we try to empower the national IGFs, as Sandra says. So if you've got particular views on things that they can discuss in their own national sessions. Chris?
Well, I mean, I think the point, I guess, in some ways of national IGFs is that they'll discuss their own specific issues. So I think sort of there's not going to be a one-size-fits-all way for them to contribute. But maybe it is useful to have, say, a session, not a plenary, but a workshop or something, in which they can share experiences on how they've made a national IGF work, or how they've reached out to stakeholders, or something along those lines. I think there's something similar happens in the global IGF for the regional IGF events.
I'm not sure if you already have mentioned this, but the European Commission gathered last year, the day before the EuroDIG in Stockholm. The Commission gathered the national IGF people, and that was a very, very good thing, we think, and hopefully they will do it this year also here in Lisbon.
Or Silvia?
I can't commit to this right now. I'm going to have to take this back to Brussels and see if that's possible at all. I'll have to get back to you on this.
Okay, thank you. Any more comments? Any comments to Sandra for national IGFs? I think people are tired. I think it's time to sort of move now gently towards the wrap-up. If that's okay with you. I think we've had a lot of discussion. And, you know, we are moving forward much more quickly, or quite quickly, I think, compared to previous times. And that's a good thing. We have more time to, you know, focus on quality discussions and quality moderators. We haven't spoken about that, and quality panelists, and, you know, having respondents, and like you propose, and really trying to get into the details. So that's for me, that's very clear, and I thank you for that. I think we've got a clarity on the title, the overarching title, just not the right order of the words, perhaps, but I think we've got clarity there. And before I pass to Wolf, who's going to do a summary wrap-up, I don't know whether, Sandra, you have things to say regarding next steps or not? But while you're thinking about that, let me pass to Giacomo, please.
On behalf of my colleague of RTP that left, because he has another engagement, they are ready to provide and to assist us. We made last year with the SPT and SR in Sweden. So if GCM will write the letter for announcing that their help is requested, they are ready to provide eventually the moderators and panelists and whatever, contributing to the success of the event, even in terms of media coverage. Okay, so it's important, if we want to start and speed up the process, if Sergio could follow up what we said yesterday, would be very useful.
The next steps will be from now on that the core team will discuss, reassess all the inputs we received. With the ideas from today, we try to fix an overarching issue as soon as possible. We will come up with a first outline of a program proposal for Lisbon in the next 2 weeks, posted on the website again for further review and comments, to be submitted to the second planning meeting, which is end of February, beginning of March, in line with the open IGF consultations in Paris. It's the 28th. Most probably, as last year, the composition of the two planning meetings will be very different, but we try to stick to the inputs what we received today, and the next step will be the consolidation of the first program outline. So this worked quite well last year. And then after this, at the beginning of March, we try to publish the consolidated program version. And then we have to start immediately with organizing the sessions. It will take over responsibility in cooperation with me as a program coordinator to gather around him or herself a group of people who may be interested, useful, etc., helpful, to organize a session. They will more or less outline the key questions for each sessions to be considered, to be discussed. They will come up with first a suggestion for speakers. They will come up with a suggestion for a moderator, in cooperation with the core team. Of course, we will assist them wherever we can. And this organizing procedure last year worked very well for Stockholm. It's still an inclusive process, so anybody interested from here is welcome then to formulate and to form out the session you are interested in conjunction with the focal points, etc. And so the whole thing matures until we will ask, I think early April. You see here Sandra posted the milestones to Lisbon, where you have the key steps more or less mentioned. Then we will start with a call for registrations for Lisbon, etc. But the shape and the details of the program should be more or less ready until we call for registrations. There must be already some flesh or fish, etc., added to the program structure, that people who look at it have an idea, not only about the session titles, but also the key questions, but also some key speakers, etc., what it will be like. And it should be as attractive and promising as possible. And then it's a dynamic process where we need your support again, mobilizing people from all corners of the host country, mobilizing people from all corners of Europe to come to Lisbon, to attend the event, etc., and to discuss with us. This so far was one main factor of the EuroDIG success, that the different stakeholder groups in their lists have huge opportunities connecting with people, spreading the word, and mobilizing for the event itself. So it's not just that after this event it goes all back to the shoulders of the core team. It's our common responsibility. EuroDIG is also your baby, it's your project, and we strongly need you and hope we can count on any further support from your side to make an excellent program. Thanks a lot.
Thank you very much, Wolf. I hope the next steps are clear for you. Open, inclusive, transparent, always open, never too late to get involved. This reminds me to thank everybody here for coming. It's really great to see so many people discussing and engaging and traveling. You know, from where it started, EuroDIG, the fact that we have so many people, more and more people every year, coming even to planning meetings is really a sign of, a sign of interest. It's really, it's good. I'd like to thank our Portuguese friends for hosting this planning meeting, for welcoming us and hosting us here, to Pedro and to ISAP Portugal and FCT and Anna, who's not here, etc. And thanks for the great cooperation so far. I'd like to thank Wolf and Sandra, who do all this work to bring all this information together and explain it. So thank you very much to you two. To Thomas Schneider, who's not here, but who works very hard with me. Unless there's if there's any other business, any other comments, I will close, but I will close passing the floor to Pedro. Thank you.
Any other business? Everybody tired. Well, thank you for coming and for your active participation. Also to the remote participants, thank you very much. Thank you, Lee, for your hard work leading the meeting, but also extend that to Sandra and Wolf. Keep on looking to the EuroDIG website because all the information is flowing there. Tell your colleagues about EuroDIG. There are leaflets, take some with you. We don't want to bring them home, so please take them. And last but not least, do not forget that the D in EuroDIG stands for dialogue. So we want to promote that. Thank you very much for coming and see you in June.
Or in Paris.